All right. Good evening, everyone. It's been a tough day today. I got quite a bit done. Well, I guess the stuff I got done was done before today, but I had to sort of present on a couple of things. And as is always the case, you're never really done. Um, you're never really. Sorry. But yeah, you're never really done. You're just gonna wind up doing more more of the work. And I hate hearing my voice, but we're here and we're ready to do some more Titan. So just as a, I mean, I feel like I keep saying this over and over again, and it's sort of past the point of being useful or interesting. But definitely the sleep has been few and far between. That doesn't really make sense. But yeah, I've definitely been struggling to get enough sleep. Today is no exception. I do have to go into the office tomorrow, so I am probably going to have to be up earlier than I would normally expect, but I also want to put on a full show. So just keep in mind, I'm trying to do my best as far as the shows go, but I tend to find I'm probably a little more chatty than I normally am. I don't know. It's hard to feel good when you're not going on enough sleep, and I'm hoping I think it's a lot worse than it actually is. But needless to say, I'm going to try and get better. I'm going to try and get a little more control in terms of my just my overall well-being. But for now, you're going to have to deal with a somewhat sleepy and stressed System Jock. But we'll make do, and I can have dreams of being converted. All right. It should load up any minute now. It's not all bad news, incidentally. Just I'm very worn out, and I'm feeling a bit stressed as far as getting ready to go on time. At least this time I made it in my normal opening window.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
All right. So there's few. One thing I actually want to do here. I noticed that the frame rate keeps dropping every once in a while. So if you could just give me a second here, I want to bring up my task manager. If we have to reset the stream, now would be a better time than later. But it did occur to me that I actually have quite a few windows and tabs open. So let's see if we can Sorry, I wish I was a little more prepared for this, but okay, so that definitely freed up a big chunk of memory, and it looks like the processor's down 2, although that should have been true before I started. Anyways, looks like we're in better shape. So, usual kind of openers and disclaimers. So, again, sleepy and hopefully not too cranky, but I've got... I am playing a copy of this game that was given to me for promotional purposes from Brace Yourself Games. I've definitely been streaming this game for not the very first update, but I've definitely been streaming it pretty close to the start of its existence. And you know, I have a very high opinion of Brace Yourself Games. I really like the games that they make, and I have had nothing but nice encounters with all of the people attached to it. So it's a developer that I'm very happy to support, and it's a developer who I, you know, have no shortage of delight coming from them. But it is good to disclose when you've been given something for promotional purposes, and so I've done that here. You may also notice that we've been a little bit short on Phantom Brigade. This is not because I dislike Phantom Brigade, but this is a nice chance for me to try and make a little bit more progress on a campaign. And the main reason for this is because both Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan are sort of off of their monthly update pattern. And, you know, there can be pluses and minuses to it, right? Like I've kind of said, it's clear, you know, Industries of Titan, I think, is going to be due out in a few months. Phantom Brigade, I don't think has an official release date, but it certainly seems like they're gearing up for a 1.0 release as well, which means that it will be coming to Steam. And indeed, I believe they are going to be doing another round of Steam tests. So if you didn't get a chance to try it out or help them test it on the first round, do keep an eye on the Brace Yourself Discord, because I believe that is where they announce all of it. But either way, you know, there's a side of me that says I kind of just wish that these games were in development forever, because that just means I get a nice steady stream of new things. But of course, it is also exciting when a game gets a full release, particularly because there's a lot of people who will only play games as their full version. And I think that's actually kind of nice, because I was a little discouraged to see a few comments reacting negatively to the changes that they've announced on the roadmap. And to be honest, I actually think the changes made a lot of sense. I think they were realistic in terms of what they could achieve, you know, between the time of announcing and when the planned release was. And they focused on the sorts of things that would really give the most impact. Now, I mean, again, like I'm already favorably disposed to the developer, but this also includes bringing something that seemed to come up quite a bit in the early periods of the game. And I don't remember if it was officially sort of not exactly dismissed, but definitely sort of suggested was like a low priority relative to all the other things that they wanted to do. And in this particular case, this is actually something where there was community feedback, and it actually turns out to be one of the things they are focusing on getting into the game. This would be the campaign. And so it's really hard to take a look at something like that and say, you know, it's what a shame, you know, we don't get to have clubs now. It's like, well, you know, there are parks. You know, the thing is that I don't necessarily know what clubs would offer, particularly depending on what the plans are for livability relative to other things. So if adding clubs means that livability needs to be, you know, developed out a whole lot, and maybe the idea of being, you know, more or less attractive to the competitors and having to fight for labor, all of that stuff sounds so interesting, but that also sounds like a lot of work for people to sort of balance and work out. So, you know, there's some things that I'll admit, there were things in the list that I was a little disappointed to see go, but I was far more excited by what kind of the decisions and the direction were than sort of sitting down and sort of imagining. I guess it's when you imagine something, it winds up being like the perfect version, right? It's going to be the thing that you were most interested in. But with all of that in mind, you know, this is why some people avoid doing early access. And I actually think it's a really good reason for them to avoid early access, because if you are going to wind up disappointed by a game, if it doesn't turn out to be the thing that you had originally thought. A good example of this would be Sunless Sea, which is a game which, you know, established the reputation of Failbetter, you know, kind of allowed them to grow, and certainly now it's a studio known for its narrative games. But I believe originally in the Kickstarter, the ship-to-ship combat was turn-based, and there's a group of people who apparently just do not enjoy Sunless Sea at all, specifically because of that change. And obviously that's the worst possible outcome, to have a game that you otherwise would have enjoyed, but because you had grown too attached to one particular way, even if that way wasn't necessarily working. But the sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, you know, like the one thing I don't want to do is sort of, it's easy, especially for those of you who know me from blogs. I usually do like sort of poking my finger in the eye of a certain type of gamer. But there is actually room for empathy on this, right? Like you could enjoy a certain movie, and either you've heard something unpleasant about the actor, or, you know, you maybe you find out, like, actually, here's a good example. I found out that there are versions of Terminator 2 now that do not have the original ending of, this isn't like plot ending as in final shots of this road in a kind of the middle of the night, kind of coming up. You can only see a little way into the future, obviously, you know, kind of communicating the uncertain, and reinforcing the message from the first film that Kyle Reese sends that Kyle Reese gives from John Connor. There's no fate but what we make for ourselves. And apparently the deleted ending, or the alternative ending, which used to be on, you know, certain editions, I think it was on like the Laserdisc, I think there was a DVD version, Blu-ray, I'm pretty sure every like digital version of it. I never had a Laserdisc player. Surely I was around when Laserdiscs were a thing, but yeah, like, basically, as long as you've been able to see deleted material from Terminator 2, you've been able to see this ending, and, you know, it's John Connor as a congressman in that. And apparently there are versions of it now that you can get where that is the ending, and it may even work as an ending. I don't know, but I definitely get pretty annoyed by it. Because I like the original one, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. So, you know, that would maybe be my example in terms of early access. I do think it's a way in which, if you grow particularly attached to something, even if that thing is not working and not good for the project as a whole, I think, you know, probably not participating in early access is better for you. And obviously, once you get the 1.0 release, that you have a really good idea of what you're getting into as far as the game is concerned, you can enjoy it more. And hello, Purple's Art. I believe they already have. I don't know if I'm just too tired to detect the irony in your comment, but there are plenty of developers that do follow that model. I'd say that's probably the dominant model of large-scale game development, but probably not appropriate for independents. And certainly, I think a lot of independents are probably deliberately trying to avoid that kind of business model. And Olaf, very lovely to see you. Even though I'm utterly exhausted, it is a tea day today, but I feel just a little bit guilty each time I sip, knowing that you're here. All right, I've 15 minutes of rambling. I kind of gave the warning. Here we will continue the story of the Cadence Group and my potentially daft quest to try and get more range on my mines. Companies can afford to shell out for slick adverts if only the average citizen could actually afford their wares. All right, where were we? So I noticed the wind's been pretty consistent. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, this is fine. It just looked a little different from what I was expecting. So this is nice basically because all of my polluting buildings are are sort of downwind from downwind from all of my civilian and residential buildings. I will eventually sort of pave everything around, but right now, so my research goal is to try and find a way, and again, if I have to, I'll just build the mine here. So like, I can build a mine here, and that will help me with my shortfall of isotopes. But sorry. So the one challenge here is that if you kind of take a look at all the different paths, my ideal would be to get a road to the mine, and that just it makes it a little bit easier or a little bit faster to sort of unload everything. So if I put the mine down here, which is really my only option, I'm going to have a person walk to whatever storage. Now that's not a disaster, but walking is obviously slower than a truck, and I am going to need to, you know, keep a handle on my overall level of workers. So the best would be if I could put the isotope mine down here. I guess another way I might be able to accomplish it, although I think I'm still out of range for that. Yeah. So I was going to say another potential route would be sort of out and around like this, but that clearly isn't going to work. So yeah, I mean, if I have to, I do have a source for isotopes, but I would prefer something a little more efficient, kind of like what we'll have set up with the mine here. So I'm holding off on building it for now. So. All right. Just gonna start things up. There we go. So I turned off a bunch of stuff. I'm just trying to think for what reason. I know I don't need some of these buildings. That may be reason enough, but I guess I can only really afford to have one of these things on right now. Okay, so we've got two full strength energy plants. I guess this means that I just need to... Oh, that's right. We were going to build a power plant here. Now I remember. Okay, cool. Yes. All right. So first things first. Let's go to... Oh. So once I upgrade this thing, that's going to get me potentially up to 228 energy. Now that's going to take some effort. That's also going to take up a worker, but overall it will be able to handle it. Now I think I turned off everything on this ship just so that we could get the batteries and the fuel recharged. We're at 24 as far as the rebel threat meter is concerned. Alright, so everything's sort of full up here, so we can turn all the weapon systems back on. What I'm just trying to do here is make sure that the fuel tanks and the batteries are fully loaded. So that thing's basically at the perfect amount of power for what it needs. Prancing Venus, same story. Oh, no, was it the Prancing Venus I just turned on? How you doing, Miss Ariella? You're right. I wanted to do Borderlands, but this otherwise nice person kind of banned me from it, and Steam actually gave me a notice saying that because of actions of other community members, it's given some indication that I may be a toxic person, and as a result, I'm no longer able to play Borderlands. And I tried to explain that this might just be the behavior of a... This might be just the behavior of one particular renegade individual. But I did my best, and Steam wouldn't listen, and so I can no longer play Borderlands 3. Anyways, we've got Miss Ariella in chat, so I know a lot of you are already familiar with... Sorry. As you can see, I'm very tired. Olaf is also worth following, but I believe he does one stream a year. But no, it is Miss Ariella who I intended to shout out. Miss Ariella is an Australian streamer, someone I had the great pleasure of meeting in Vancouver. Somebody I definitely miss hanging out with, even though the funny thing is that I know we never really hung out a ton in Vancouver. I certainly would have wished to hang out a lot more than I actually did, but certainly it was very memorable, as is her stream. So Miss Ariella has been playing a lot. For those of you who do not know what the deal is, Miss Ariella has been doing the Borderlands series with Olaf, and she's very kindly invited me to come along on more than one occasion. But I may not necessarily be available at the time, or sometimes the internet connection doesn't work out. There's any number of reasons why, you know, I may not be available to, you know, to participate. But I do like being able to catch her stream whenever I can. And so if I'm not able to go, I sort of suggest that I've been banned, and you know, it'd be so much better, so much nicer if I could finally play with everyone and maybe finally get to the end of Borderlands. It's a silly joke, but I have fun with it anyway. But Miss Ariella has a very good, sense of fair play. I can't really say a good sense of humor, and it's not because she's lacking a sense of humor, but more so because I'm lacking a sense of humor. Because in the end, that joke isn't that funny, but she still forgives me. She still allows me to hang around, or possibly Olaf just intercedes on my behalf each time I do something dumb in her chat, and that's the only reason why I'm able to stick around. But in any case, Miss Ariella actually is I personally think Miss Ariella is one of the stronger recommendations I can make for particularly people who watch my stuff. Because Miss Ariella doesn't just play a lot of independent games, but she plays a lot of games where she's been given the key, and like she does something I wish I was better at, which is to find the time to stream all the stuff that you know, she's given an opportunity to cover, and she will play some real gems that otherwise kind of go unnoticed, and I have a lot of admiration for that, because it's something that I wish I could do, and I know I don't get to do nearly as often as I would like. So with that in mind, on top of the fact that, you know, I consider her a friend, and I'm always very happy to see her, you know, I'm always happy to see her in chat, but I should mention that she also does a stream. I don't know if she streams World of Warcraft, but apparently she plays that every once in a while too. Okay, so again, we're watching our Isotope CUs. We're kind of treating it right now like we don't have any more sources of isotopes. That's not true, but it's a convenient fiction. So I am going to upgrade the energy plant though, because that is a fairly high priority. Improvement. And the other thing, I was talking about this during Old World, but I know every once in a while I'll hear, you know, this looks like an interesting game, but I have no idea what's going on. And I'm going to try and do my best to articulate what the deal is. So there's a few things going on. So number one, I have a research effort underway where I'm trying to find... first of all, I don't know if this thing exists, but there's extra long pipes, which gives you +1 to the mine range. I'm trying to see if we can find another one of those somewhere in the tech web. And that's so that I can try and get a mine down here near this isotope node that doesn't require people to walk isotopes over to storage location. If I have to do that, I know how I'm going to do it, but I'm kind of hoping I don't have to. So that's kind of a more medium / long-term goal. We have sort of an equivalent for minerals already set up. Now we've got, oh, actually we don't have any more tier 1s. Okay, well, time to turn on mine all mine. Hello, Tikri, how are you doing? Actually, I should mention, a few of you kindly tweeted out my plight as far as my monitor is concerned. It's actually working again, to my surprise. So I'm still looking at the same screen. My other monitor was kind of like this before it died, but I got a few months out of it still, and I'm really trying to save money. So now something just happened to trigger a whole lot of workers. I'm a little curious about that. It says we have a lot of idle workers. And trying your best not to boil. I actually have some hot tea, but it's gotten quite a bit cooler today, so I think I can manage. Anyways, yeah, so sorry, I was talking about sort of my overall goals. So one was to just try and build my industry a little bit better. This is the wrong one. Which ship is this? The Lost Tiger. Okay, so we can turn the weapons back on, as well as the generator. So the way that Industries of Titan works is that there's a bunch of different resources, both for building as well as for like keeping things running. So you have fuel. Fuel is turned into energy. Energy is used to power devices, and this is true at on the micro level as well as the macro. So essentially, building ships, building factories, and building cities all have a certain similarity in this game. There's always a little bit of a Tetris game. There's always a little bit of work that you do in terms of trying to make everything work the way kind of the way you want it to. And in this particular case here, I just wanted to make sure that the energy and fuel were stored to the maximum before I turned everything back on. Way too hot here. 107 at a high today. Sorry, I'm not good at Fahrenheit to Celsius. I know there's some weird, like every time I see a fraction in terms of the conversion, I'm like, oh, it's impossible. I'm never going to remember how to do. I know there's a 7 in it, but it's like 5/7, I think. What on earth is this? Okay, I actually just found a really interesting, so maybe it isn't 5/7, but there's this website that did F minus 32, like so degrees Fahrenheit minus 32 divided by, so they represent it as okay, so the way that they represent this thing, sorry, I'm sure this is fine as far as math is concerned, but this just weirds me out. You have degrees Fahrenheit, subtract 32, then you have the fraction part, right? The line that separates the numerator and the denominator, and they put 1.8. And I'm like, where do you think the 1.8 comes from? Like, it's a fraction. Just give me the fraction. I don't know why I feel strongly about that, but I do. Yeah, that is nuts. That's 5/9, not 5/7. Cool. I will still completely forget but I cannot say I feel your pain, Takri, because I don't think we've gotten even close to those numbers where I live. But yeah, actually, the highest we seem to be getting would be not this coming Thursday, but next Thursday. Apparently, the high is 32, which seems like a bit of a reprieve. That's like 80, 89 or something like that. Ah, I forgot that you were in the Pacific time zone. Sorry, we're talking about temperatures and I'm completely letting the game run by. Yeah, my condolences and best wishes for you surviving the summer. I don't know if winters get bad where they are. There's this like video game about your state where the weather is harsh and everybody dies of dysentery. But I don't know if that's an accurate representation. All right, so we can turn all the devices back on. So yeah, in order to make things work, much like you would imagine of any factory or any simulation game, you need energy, and in order to get energy, you need some source of fuel. So with that in mind, I've got my ships sort of ready to go. So in this case, we're basically going to have what we need as far as getting the defending the city corp is concerned. So we're a little under halfway. What I want to do now is start turning some of my stuff back on. So I'll assign someone to the energy plant. Now that pulls somebody out of the workforce, but in this case, because I've turned off a bunch of my buildings just for lack of power. What I want to start doing is turning these things on so I can either convert who I need, alternatively, so I can I just have a more realistic idea of what the demands on my grid are. So we'll just slowly start filing in some of the conversion centers. Not quite ready to go with the fuel turbine yet. Okay, now we also have some spare influence, so first thing I want to do is see whether or not there are any obsidian ruins for me to work with. Alright, we'll grab these 4. Doesn't look like there's any obsidian, so now we're just going to grab the remaining artifacts. Now, this is one of the ways that in this game that you can get resources. So as far as resources are concerned, sorry, we just got technology. So as far as the resources for the game are concerned, there's the ones that you would normally expect in a simulator or a city builder. To be fair, the game is about getting to Oregon. Fair point. But I mentioned it actually because I've been playing Apple Arcade. So like I originally got Apple Arcade. Apple Arcade was like the first, well, actually I guess it was Apple Music, but Apple Arcade was like one of the first new kind of Apple subscription services that I subscribed to, but I've actually played relatively little of it. I've played Grindstone a ton, which is now available on Steam and Epic. That's a Capybara game, incidentally, so another Canadian. But yeah, I'd say it actually turns out that I think most of the games on Apple Arcade they had under like or not most, but there were a number of games that they had under contract, which were like 3-year contracts. And those are coming to an end now. So like there's a bunch of stuff which if I want to play, I kind of need to get on top of that. So I've slowly been filing in some of the others. I still want to try over the Alps, but the modernized Oregon Trailer is one of them. It's okay. Like I've not like completed a full session yet. but it has its charm, certainly. There's a couple where I really tried to give them a shot, and they really didn't do anything for me. But I'd say for the most part, like, I'm pleased by the games that are available on Apple Arcade, but I get the impression that they are not necessarily. Sorry, I paused for the research. I get the impression that they're not particularly happy with the performance of the program. It looks like they might be thinking of ways to. That doesn't make sense. I've got an employee limit of 43, but I've only got. Oh, maybe because I'm already converting. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I'd be sorry if it went away. I suspect it won't, but I get the impression that they're going to try a different approach with it. All right, let's go to that tech web before I forget again. Okay, new ship isn't bad, but it's not the most important thing I could be working on right now. Cut employee salaries, that's always good. I could use some research efficiency, but I can't research that right away. I do like the option for more. Yeah. I'm going to do the energy plant production first, just because I've got more than enough money right now. Usually you just ask nicely. And as usual, if it's something for me to stream, I pretty much never give guarantees on that, because there's just simply too much to go through. But what I find is most helpful for games. Actually, okay, so I know I say this a few times, but I think it's worth repeating. What I tend to find for game recommendations, and this is true for people who I watch as much as it is necessarily for me. Sometimes there's an idea that people will get as far as a game to stream, and it's like, if you have a favorite streamer, and I'm not gonna, imply I am anyone's favorite streamer, right? I do my thing. Hopefully I am passable enough entertainment compared to the other alternatives, and it is a worthwhile use of your time. But what I've definitely seen, and this has definitely been true for me, is that there are streamers that I quite like watching, or have liked watching in the past. And I'm really excited by the idea of them playing a game that I really enjoy. And who wouldn't be excited by that, right? Streamer you like, streaming a game that you like. It's two things you really enjoy, and they come together. But it's quite difficult to evaluate someone's taste and someone's sort of specializations. And so what I found personally is that more often than not, the streamer actually doesn't enjoy the game, and I actually feel kind of worse for it, because I feel like they're treating the game unfairly, and like, obviously they're entitled to their opinions, they have their own ideals, but it's like, you're playing it wrong, you're doing it wrong, or you're not being being fair. Now, in my defense, there's definitely been some streamers, like I remember Dungeon of the Endless, which I thought was quite good. Like, I enjoyed doing it. I have a Steam guide on it. It's like super outdated, and I'm not nearly as good at that game as I used to be, but I genuinely had a good time with Dungeon of the Endless, and it was very much a game in line with what a broadcaster who I normally quite enjoyed. It was kind of in line with the sort of thing that they frequently did, and but like, it's not just that they didn't like it. It really felt like they had a bad day, and that they just took it all out on Dungeon of the Endless. And it was like, it wasn't even just that it's that they were like not enjoying the game. It was like the most minor things about it, things that, you wouldn't even look at twice as being a problem or anything like that, suddenly just became this like subject for really intense criticism. And yeah, I mean, again, everybody's going to have bad day. I'm in no position to throw stones in terms of bad days and things like that. But it was definitely quite an education for me in terms of just sort of what it's like to watch someone stream something that you enjoy. But I also don't think it's useful to just say it's like I don't do recommendations, right? Because I actually think there's some value in it. But what I've personally found most helpful is when you have a recommendation of a type of game, that can sometimes mean the difference between me accepting a key from a developer or not. And that sort of stuff I find really helpful. Because in the end, right, like there's only so much time, and there's only so many games that I can play. So being able to sort of have this opportunity, be given this opportunity to stream something, and sort of find out, oh, okay, yeah, this is in line with something that I think people will enjoy. I actually tend to find the idea of certain games being suggested rather than the individual game itself. I actually tend to find that the most useful personally. I'm your favorite SFW streamer. Oh, that's very nice. I guess technically you're my favorite NSFW streamer. I don't know if I know any others though, so I don't know if that's much of a compliment. I'm sorry. Although I personally would love to watch it, I don't know if this would be something appropriate for streaming. I also can't pretend you know well enough to say whether or not you would like it. But that being said, you'd recommend you check out Star Control 2, the Urcon Masters. Well, I mean, I've never played Star Control, but I do know, I think it was Dennis Ritchie worked on Starflight, which I really enjoyed, and I was playing on Fridays until some other stuff took it over. So, yeah, actually, maybe this is worth mentioning. So, Takri actually found me through my YouTube channel, but I do occasionally mention Takri's show. So, from what I understand, there are some rather strict requirements, or not requirements, but there's. I think Kree may know the guidelines better than I do in terms of promotion of certain types of content on Twitch. But I've actually gotten a chat. Takri's been really, really helpful in terms of answering a lot of my very noob questions about broadcasting or that kind of broadcasting. And it's been neat because, like, one of the things you'll recognize from what I talk about a lot on Twitch, like on Twitch, I do tend to talk about broadcasting and the environment and some of the considerations around it. And I have been writing a couple of articles on streaming and such. And the thing is, it's a little bit like game development in general. What you think is true about gaming, can talk about it existent, can't promote specific things like your stuff. Fair enough. Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing too is I'm sure as far as like matches are concerned, it's probably a little like, I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to think of like what the hook is in terms of like my shout outs or that, because I do my best to try and give people an angle for why they would watch, but it's one of those ones which is a little different from my sort of thing, so I'm not quite sure I'm not quite sure how to I'm not quite sure what the hook would be. But in any case, you're very gracious about the fact that I'm much more of a taker than a giver as far as the promotion is concerned. So thank you very much for that. But yeah, one thing I have enjoyed, because I occasionally get a chance to chat with Kree sort of off stream. One of the things that I find so interesting about gaming is a lot of stuff that you might think is quote unquote obvious, or something that you could take for granted, tends not to be true. So a great example of this, I would say, is that Among Us. So when Among Us was like a phenomenon, and you had, a bunch of, like, you had the squad playing playing Among Us and all of that. I mean, even in Canada, right? We had one of our politicians, Jagmeet Singh, and play with Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, AOC. And this is one of these things. I mean, it's the pandemic. There's a lot of different things about that success story that people will sort of describe. But I guess the biggest thing is that it's a phenomena, right? So everybody seems to know about this thing, and yet Among Us for such a long time, even beyond the period where people maybe would have thought it peaked, continued to be near the top of the Steam charts, which means that even though it's the subject of news articles, even though politicians are playing the game, even though it's a game that just everyone seems to know about, it still had enough people buying the game, which implies, of course, people who at the minimum haven't played the game on that platform, but probably have not played it at all, to not just make it a high-selling game, but one of the highest-selling games on Steam. And remember that Steam's rankings are by revenue, and Among Us is not an expensive game, which meant that the number of units that it was moving was significantly higher than its peers. And so despite the fact that it was one of these things that I think you and I would have said everyone knows about Among Us, everyone who's decided that they want to play this game has tried it, the mere fact that it was on the top sellers suggested that there were far more people who had not yet played this game than had. You can make the same claim as far as something like Cyberpunk, right? If you pay attention to kind of news coverage of it, unmitigated disaster, CD Projekt Red's hubris, disaster wall to wall. Of course, if you took a look at concurrent players on Steam, if you took a look at, you could maybe even take a look at the number of people playing it on Twitch or something like that. There are a ton of people who really enjoyed the game, loved it, had no problems with it from the beginning. And I mean, obviously the game made its money back really early. Now, again, revenue is not always an indicator of quality, but there are such things as refunds, and, people, I think it's fair to say, like, CD Projekt Red's not robbing banks to make its money, right? So presumably there are enough people who really enjoyed the game to keep it. And so, again, one of these cases where some of the stuff that you would take for granted, the stuff that quote unquote everybody knows, turns out not to be true. And so one of the things, I mean, Takri's just really nice to chat with, but one of the things I actually really appreciate is you're bad at lying games, you didn't love it. I haven't really played it. I'd kind of like to, but I don't know. I feel like social deduction games are like, they discriminate against the lonely. So yeah, just I haven't really had the opportunity. But yeah, in any case, I'm this is, I guess, kind of my approximation of a shout out. It's really neat to be able to get other perspectives on broadcasting, particularly ones that I'm probably not really going to encounter in my day-to-day life, right? Like it's just one of these cases. Like, it's almost like if you get to sit down, on a bench and you wind up meeting like a World War II veteran, like, of course you want to find out more. Like, when in your life are you going to get a chance to hear firsthand about some of this stuff, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's been neat. And so I'm sure I have like a ton of noob questions. I'm sure there's going to be like one day where there's like the tell-all book that comes out, which some authority I have says that all of 3 people will read. Jackass. But I'm sure this is going to be the point where like Takri is able to out me. It's like, yeah, he asked this really stupid question and then this really stupid question, and then yeah, guy doesn't know anything. But to Purple's Art's statement about Star Control 2, yeah, so I'm pretty sure Dennis Ritchie was the one who had worked on Starflight. There's similarities between the two. Usually whenever I refer to Starflight, people will talk about Star Control and Star Control 2. And I actually know, so my big break with GOG incidentally came about after I got a chance to look, because as part of, I think, discovery for the lawsuit between them and Stardock, there were some details about the way kind of the payment structure on GOG worked, which revealed something that I was double plus not happy about. I think I'm gonna have to build another smokestack. I'm just looking, you know, with too much waste. I don't think we're... Oh yeah, we're already at level 3, so... Obviously we'll build it away from the residential areas. I'm just noticing the number of residential buildings that are getting buried under garbage. Fair. But yeah, no, it's something I'll take a look at. I think I would want to finish Starflight before I move on to Star Control, but it's not something I would rule out. All right. So for those of you who have played and enjoyed FTL then Light, your moment has come. So in this case, I get to pound their life support. So it looks like there's only one... It actually looks like there's only one weapon, so as long as we can lock that down, the rest of it we just kind of get to run amok. Oh, I wasn't expecting them to be able to fire. So I'm mostly focusing on this right now just so I don't have to... so if a ship engages you in combat, you're not allowed to target anything sort of down below. And so in this case, I want to clear out anybody who's going to be screening before I move on to trying to take out the rebel base. Now that is going to provoke another rebel attack, but I think we're in a good position to sort of bat it back. In the meantime, I'm going to connect the smokestack. We're now below 100 isotopes, so I think I'm going to build the command center that I was going to originally. So this is going to be so that I can access the ruin monument. The ruin monument will be so that I can get more influence so that I can buy up some materials. So one thing I can do, for instance, is get some isotopes. Now I don't have a factory for converting them, but I will be able to, I'll be able to build a factory in a little bit. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this ship is going to sort of be the tip of the spear. Okay, so I'm actually going to move them back. This is just because the ship's going to come after me anyway. There we go. Give up. There we go. Okay. So as before, we'll target the weapons. Now the life support's going to be a little bit harder to focus on. I think I'm still going to go for the... life support. So again, we do get banged up a bit on the ship, but this is going to be the one that sort of takes all the punishment so that the other ships can work their magic on the enemy territory. So we're going to let them do their thing. In the meantime, we've connected the smokestack. Now, I don't really want to do the upgrade Reason for that is I want to make sure that this command center is built and sort of maintained first.
Conversion complete.
Okay, looking good for the conversions.
Building complete.
Okay, so 18 for the first upgrade. That's not too bad. One drawback about this approach is that I'm not really leaving myself a lot of options open in terms of kind of attacking places where workers are going to be. So, for instance, one good shot and we can take out a crew member here. But, I don't know. We're not losing that much health. And we're slowly chipping away the rebel ships. Now, it is worth remembering, even though I'm taking out rebel ships and rebel bases, the advantage that taking out rebel bases gives me is the ability to get more influence, or store more influence. It does not stop the rebels from coming in and attacking me. If anything, it makes them more aggressive. All right. 72. So that would wipe me out isotope wise. So you'd think I would be okay with doing that. But here's going to be my next plan. So I'm gonna build with the assumption that I'm gonna have a mine here. Okay. So we'll say mine factory probably. No, it would go mine. All right. So put down the roads. Okay, actually this makes sense. So mine, storage, factory. Heat wave. Who could imagine what inspired Brace Yourself games to include that in Industries of Titan? Okay, so I'm kind of curious. It says device destroyed. It can't be the generator. I'm curious what this fuel tank, because I entombed it with the batteries. That's not a problem. We kind of knew that was going to happen, so we are going to do those. We're at 75, so this will almost certainly provoke retaliation from the rebels, but we've got one unit that's going to absorb the attacks. Now, a few patches ago, they changed the turrets to be considerably weaker against ships. So we're just going to let the 4 do their thing. If the Rainbreaker doesn't come after us, that's so much the better. We'll still take it out, but we'll take it out on our own terms. But basically, if I can nail another Rebel HQ, you know, I get a nice little cap at a time when I'm not able to necessarily take advantage of a lot of influence. Although we can get my idle workers claiming some ruins. Okay, so I'm gonna... Oop. Not you. Giant Wasp. Giant Wasp will take on the Rainbreaker. So as you can see, we're pretty much in a fight already, but Okay, now I have learned that these Gatling guns are no joke, so I'm going to double up on the attacks, and that's really more about taking out the pilot rather than avoiding the damage. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to get the rest of the ships to take out the Rebel HQ. So I'm not expecting the giant wasp to participate in the combat. I am, however, going to... I am still going to destroy the Rebel HQ just so that we can get the fight out of the way and kind of carry on. Okay, so what I'm really looking for here is... This is a little bit more about unlocking... It's basically about unlocking tech. Or unlocking paths that will get me closer to exploring the rest of the map. So I'm not that worried about mine pollution given where the location is. I think I'm gonna have to go for the council hall storage. So I'm not getting any... You can notice that there's a few of these sort of red paths here. It's just because most of this stuff I don't really need, or I already have a path towards. So what I'm really looking to try and do again is find... Not this one. I'm trying to find something like extra long pipes. The thing is that because this tech web doesn't show you the whole path, you have to kind of go down a few avenues of research before you're... before you're able to pick up the stuff that you want. We are really not doing a lot of damage to this thing. I'm assuming it's because of the Gatling guns.
Watch me from your seat at the council's feet, Founder, and see what true conviction looks like.
At minimum, we should probably get the alarm sounding. I don't mind switching out. I don't mind switching out the ships if the giant wasp is in trouble, but. Yeah, this thing is short on batteries, so one possibility I may want to explore is okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take one of these and one of these. So we're going to take out the relays. See, that's still going to... I mean, I suppose the alternative is that I go something like this, and then we just, like, it's all of the relays down all at once. Okay, now I'm a little suspicious because I don't see any... Oh, there's the rebels. So my ships are kind of slow movers. So there's always a little bit of a dilemma between going straight for the rebel ships or letting them come into your territory. If you let them come into your territory, you have the benefit of your turrets, but the enemy ships also blow up over your factories, which means you need to repair them. But this should definitely be one that we win. Oh, looks like there's a third rebel ship, just based on what I see there. No, wait, sorry. Right. Okay, so same story as before. We'll take out... This thing's only got a couple of pea shooters, so I'm not too worried about it. Actually, it's a really similar design to the last one, so we can take out the life support as well as the weapons, and we don't worry about the... Don't worry about the power connections. And it does fall within my defense turret, so this thing's going to get taken out pretty easily. That's not good. I'm quite worried that this stuff's not going to get repaired in time. So, well, it does say that power is a priority, so presumably somebody's going to go repair that. Okay, so I guess that's on the other ship. I was hoping not to have employees die. Okay, interesting. Wait, so which one of these jokers died? Huh. I mean, we have a surplus, so we don't necessarily need that extra body right now, but still unexpected. Okay, I'm gonna get my hands on as much of this stuff as I can. Okay, so we can send the giant wasp for repairs. Oh, looks like there's another. And they're going after... Ooh, they're going after that energy pylon. Okay, so the Prancing Venus should be able to deal with them, but... let's get a repair order. Oop. So it looks like this thing, yeah, this thing also has Gatling guns. So we're going to try the approach we had on the last one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try an approach where we take out all of the relays. So essentially the idea here is, so one of the things that's kind of neat about the way that combat works in this game. So like you look at it, you say, okay, yeah, it's kind of like FTL. I know what's going on here. But there is, so I think there was originally, there was some discussion of an idea of like boarding parties, but no, essentially destroying rebel ships. I think you get a little bit of net worth at the end, but rebel ships are more something that you need to deal with rather than something that you would salvage. Also, how you doing, Algrins? Thank you for your, so actually, yeah, I know that you were one of the people who, actually, I mean, you're really nice in the sense that you kind of support everything that I do. So I got no answers to my my Tobit question, although let's face it, the number of people who are going to be able to answer that question is pretty narrow. So I'm not I wasn't expecting too much there, but although I do sometimes expect you know, I do suspect there was going to be at least one person like, why don't you do it in R? Like, because I'm doing it in Python. That's the reason why I'm doing that exercise. Yeah, well, you never know, right? Like if I knew the answer to everything, then I wouldn't be asking the question. The ones that do sometimes bug me is like when somebody's done a Google and like they're just quoting you like the Stack Exchange thing that comes up, and it's like, yeah, I know how to use Stack Exchange too. Like it's not. I don't want to like put someone on blast for trying to help, but like it is one of these cases where it's like this is a little more complicated than that. So far as I can tell, that library that I was referring to is they're working on it, and like I saw the pull request. So this is like pure programmer talk for people, but there's probably a way I could have pulled what I needed out of the update that's probably going to be coming out sometime this year, but I can just wait. And there is like, so for those of you who are curious, I've been going through one of my old textbooks. So for those of you who are just really dying to learn econometrics, as I know so many of you are, Spurville's Art says, I was wondering about the economic viability of building a killing field and provoking rebel attacks. I mean, I don't have a killing field. I'm clearing out the rebels, but that's it's not a killing field. But yeah, one of the things that I've been doing for my own education is kind of going through Introductory Econometrics, a Modern Approach, which is a really, really good textbook. And actually, interestingly enough, even though my day job is as an economist, and I have, colleagues with PhDs, I've got colleagues who are making mistakes which are covered within sort of like the first 6 chapters of the book, and are surprised when I share with them, okay, it hasn't actually worked that way. Because like this is something that's true of a lot of probability and statistics, is that the stuff you think is true never is. There's always some sort of like a condition, or there's some sort of like corner case that you didn't think of. But the thing that's kind of neat about it is because it's an undergraduate textbook, like I have more complicated ones, but I'm not going for complicated. What I'm doing is I'm taking on stuff that I should have a reasonable expectation. By the way, I was talking about how I was going to pick apart this ship. That I should have a reasonable expectation that I can sort of solve on my own, and I'm trying to do them in Python. One, so that I can learn the capabilities of Python, at least in terms of being able to get packages and see if they work as expected. But then number 2, when I run into something that Python can't do, either make an evaluation or potentially, build something that will be helpful. So there's an estimator called a Tobit estimator. It's where you can run into situations where there's sort of like a floor or a ceiling to your observations. So you wind up with like a lot of zeros or like a lot of 100,000s, because that's like the top of where your measurement goes, even though the actual realized value could be something higher. And there's a special way of dealing with that known as a Tobit model, but it's trickier, right? It's not like the stats you would learn in first year university, where you can probably write it all out by hand. I think it's like covariance over variance is, I think, like the first estimator everybody learns. I guess the mean is like the first, but I heard there's apparently going to be a new Gorka Morka game coming out. Like I don't think it's a board game. I think it's a video game, but that would be an interesting one to see as a video game, because like I think the purpose of Gorka Morka was to like encourage a lot of kit bashing. But oh yeah, so notice how like all the power's out on this thing, and that's the entire purpose of this strategy, is that there's no energy storage. So every ship in Industries of Titan is kind of built like this. You can find the weakness and sort of take it out. Sometimes it's the life support, sometimes it's the weapon. As you'll notice that I have a very simple approach of like just going for the weapons, but you could see how long it took me to take out the last ship that was like that. So this time I'm just trying to get it at its power connector, so I don't even need to take the energy down. I just need to take down the connections. Yeah, let's get that repair done. Bunch of repairs underway. But yeah, like, there is still kind of like virtual model building and equivalents on video games. So it'd be interesting to see how they adapt it. Anyway, sorry. There was another thing I was talking about. Before. Oh, right. Because I have all the ships in the. I'm not worried about losing that victory point. It's just because they're in the they're in the shipyard. Okay, so I built this, but I didn't actually do anything with it. So essentially what I'm going to do, you've already seen this design before. Right, we're going to do one of these, but for isotopes. Because I can always get more isotopes with the trade tickets. Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about why I'm reading books that might normally be below my level. So number one, like, I don't know, I wouldn't say, like, not everything's going to be profitable for you to read. So, like, if I read an elementary school algebra textbook again, I'm sure I'd learn things. You know, like, I'm sure thered be some details that I'd forgotten. But, like, that's probably not the best use of my time if I want to be learning new things. But as far as being able to learn a new concept, let's say, so in this sense, trying to... So, because I'm really used to a program called Stata, which generally universities are okay paying for, but if you want to buy it on your own, you're looking at a couple $1,000s sometimes. So if I can find a reliable way of doing my thing without relying on software like that, saves me some money, but more importantly, it's a really good way for me to learn. So if I have to code up an estimator, that's a really good way for me to learn that, right? But if I were to do... So there's... 2 books by Wooldridge. There's Baby Wooldridge, which is introductory econometrics, and then there's Papa Wooldridge, which is it's what is it? The econometric analysis of cross-section and panel data, or something like that. Wonderful book, but absolutely not the first thing you read. So if I sit down and do that, then I have a couple of moving parts. So one is me just trying to get to grips with the material. But then on top of that, you know, I'm also going to want to try and, you know, when I run into something like, oh, this doesn't seem to have like an easy out of the box Python version of it yet. In addition to it being a brand new concept that I've learned, I don't necessarily have a way of doing it or necessarily knowing if I did it right. So being able to do slightly easier problems in a learning context, I find, is not a bad way of learning. Also, again, it's a really well done textbook. I think, anyway. You're a sucker for anything Warhammer 40k, even if they're just milking licenses. So actually, Algrins, I'm curious about this, because I know there's some strong opinions along these lines. What are some of your favorite Warhammer 40k games? I can't say I know many of them well, but I'm curious. Or are there any... I know I tend to prefer talking about things that people like. Are there any particularly egregious uses of the license that you don't care for? I feel like I'm one off on this. Sariella likes ducks. Sorry, Ari, I'm probably completely alienating you from the conversation. Space Marine 1, looking forward to 2. They got rid of a voice actor I really like. Well, not just voice actor, like actor. I can't remember his name though, but he played, like, he was in Syriana. He did a really good job at the Battlefield 5 introduction voiceover. Why can I not remember this guy's name? If I look, like, I can look it up, but maybe not in the middle of the stream. I've already kind of been flubbing it as far as the being coherent and generally entertaining. His name was George. He wanted to know many things. He was a curious George. Warhammer Total War is not 40k, but I adore it. I've actually been playing a little bit more of that. Dawn of War 1 is an absolute favorite. Tower of Fire Warrior was... I've never even heard of that. But I can ask you a question in a similar vein. Now, actually, Algrin's one of my... maybe not my favorites, but one of my hobby horses is that I was one of the people who actually didn't mind Dawn of War 3. I thought they tried to do some interesting things with that. Sorry, 1 second. But most of the time, like every time I bring up Dawn of War 3, I kind of get that same reaction that you kind of come to expect from people as like, hey, I like this thing. It was like, that thing sucked. And I understand that Dawn of War 3 was not particularly well regarded by its community, and yet I think Relic did what Relic always does, which is to try and do interesting new things with their kind of their properties and their franchises. I guess technically 40k is like Games Workshop's property, but yeah, like inevitably whenever I bring up number 3, it's always like what a bad game it was, and I'm like, I didn't think it was bad. Like I kind of understand it wasn't Dawn of War 2 and it wasn't Dawn of War 1, but I also tend to think that generally Relic does not make the same game twice. They tend to make something new each time. FP first person or first party? Sorry. FPS, gotcha.
Mark my words. I will destroy you next time, Founder.
But yeah, like I can completely understand somebody wanting a little bit more build. Like this is the thing, right? Like I think one of the challenges with RTS in general is that there is one audience that really wants it to be the same no matter what. But it's also kind of clear that there hasn't been, like, there have definitely been some attempts at making, doing things that are new in terms of RTSs. In fact, the designer of this game is one of those people. I don't know if any of you played Tooth and Tail. I put Mineral. I'm an idiot. Tooth and Tail was a game designed by Andy Wynn. And I will confess, I played it early, so I got hit by the rather steep learning curve or difficulty curve on it. But I thought it was interesting, particularly because it was sort of focused on one unit, and so it was clear that this was a game that sort of, or RTS game that actually had a shot at working on console, which I think was kind of the point. But again, similar idea is if it's not sort of the same as all the other RTSs you've played before, immediately you've lost a certain fraction of the audience. So, like I think it would be fair to say that we do enjoy novelty, and we do want to sort of see progress on a lot of the genres we enjoy. But I don't know. There just seems to be a really, really tough balancing act when it comes to RTS, where it's easy to kind of fall in that pit of despair and hear like the game sucked, where it was really, oh, you know, they tried something new and maybe it wasn't as successful as people thought it would be. But I'm happy they tried. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not buying enough of those things to keep them going. So. But yeah, I will now do my audience interaction thing with Miss Ariella. Miss Ariella, what is your favorite Excel command? I think I've asked you this question before now that I think of it. Oh god, this is being used to store waste. That's not good. I mean, I got 2 smokestacks going. What more do they want from me? Concatenate? It's a good one. I used to play Warhammer 40k Harlequin arm. I had no idea what the Harlequins are, but I had to sell it at one point and never got back into it. Well, it's definitely not a cheap hobby. I know their usual sales pitch in like the Games Workshop stores is like, oh, just compare it to a PlayStation, and I'm like, there is no way you can compare this thing to a PlayStation. Like, I'm not saying miniature war games aren't fun. I'm very into miniature war games, but like, come on, let's be real here. There is no way to compare that to. Oh, okay, gotcha. There's no way that I am comparing something that plays like The Last of Us and Bloodborne and like all those other wonderful games that I can't play. You know, and this device, which is essentially a mechanism for selling you more expensive miniatures, right? Like, I guess at least when it comes to a video game system, if you don't have a subscription pack, you're spending like 60, 70 bucks for another like high quality game. But I'm pretty sure there are many, many model kits that are well in excess of the price. And like, it's not a self-contained thing, right? Like, if you don't have enough of the models, then you're just back on that treadmill. Maybe you just enjoy the painting aspect of things, but like, it adds up. And they're certainly very strict in terms of what people can and can't do with their models if they want to kind of play in sanctioned events. Which is a shame. I mean, obviously, it's a really successful franchise, so I can't turn around and tell them, you know, you need to do it differently. But I know, it feels like there are many interesting things that could have happened if they did more of the Microsoft approach with things like BattleTech, than it kind of effectively saying any fan creations are forbidden. We're going to employ the same strategy we did last time to. Oh, wait, I think we might have already cleared this out. I mean, we could still blow up some more of the city, but it's probably not a good idea to bump up the threat level right now. Okay, so I've got way too many people working on isotopes right now. I think we'll just have one production line going and that's it. So this I'm fine with. This thing looks like it's done. Yeah, so basically as we get more isotopes, they'll just run the spaghetti through the machine. All right. I'm kind of also looking for my corporate rival. Yeah. I mean, like, you're absolutely right. Like, one of the things that I just cannot stand about shows like Dragon's Den, and I guess like the US version's Shark Tank. I haven't really seen that, but like, kind of this weird, like, here's what business is really like kind of attitudes. And you kind of get the impression of these people like going into like a coffee shop, coffee and donuts, and it's like, yeah, you know, I'd like a large coffee and a, I don't know, Canadian maple donut. And they're like, okay, that'll be $3.50. Like, no, that's more like a, oh, hang on, this is the other corporate entity. No, that's like a $2.25. It's like, this is the price I'm setting. Like, go away if you're not gonna. I should have picked a different price. But yeah, like, you know, what in the world are you doing? Like, you know, this is the price. If you do not agree to the terms, then you can go elsewhere. I don't know, like, maybe this happens. I'm not particularly well versed in business, but that just strikes me as a very artificial sort of way of bringing in drama, and particularly some of the figures that they put on those shows have incredibly weird ideas about how economies work. So, and I mean, like, I get it. They're playing characters, right? Like, they're kind of like low rent Gordon Geckos, but still, like, it is kind of obnoxious to see, or to watch it. Now you want bacon? So yeah, I'm sure an inevitable question if I was actually focusing on the game, and my apologies for those of you trying to learn the game here. I may need to refill my tea. You cannot fight corporate rivals yet. I believe that will be coming. I believe you can pay for the right to attack people, but we do not yet have that ability. Right. I do need to finish leveling up the command center before I do that. Why the hell did I get on that topic? Sorry, I'm completely... Oh, yeah. So, like, you know, the thing is, I always think about the way I react to that, and then the way... you know, the way that I feel about any given pricing decision. And it's like, of course, as the consumer, I'm gonna want everything to basically be free. I can remember when I first asked for emotes. So this is before I found the Eyes of Sin to do the emotes on the channel, you know, somebody was sort of shouting out their friend, and I'm like, okay, you know, try and be supportive. And you know, they talked about like personal they talked about sort of like personal emotes versus business ones, and I was sort of like, it's like, okay, so I'm not quite sure which of these two I fall under. Like the personal ones were like, yeah, that is a little higher than what I would have expected, but like someone's got to live. And the business one is like, there is no possible way I can justify spending that much money on an emote. So I said, it's like, so here's the deal. You know, this is a channel. I said, I don't even necessarily care if you know how much the channel makes, but like this is basically what I would expect, you know, a month if I continued at this rate, and it's probably going to go down, not up, but like this is where it's at. So I said, like, I'm really not covering my costs here. Would you still consider this a business emote? And the answer was yes. And I'm like, you know, obviously my reaction to that was, I am not paying all that. The artist did not need to know that. The artist could probably infer that from the fact that I did not commission them. But like, I follow the what was it, For Exposure Twitter account, and that just makes me all kinds of sad to see. Like the way people feel entitled to people's time and their talents. It is very, very disheartening to see. And yeah, as you say, right, like it's hard to say you're not getting quality when it comes to Games Workshop, but it's also incredibly difficult to justify that expense. Okay, now we got a couple more things that we can do now, which is good. So first thing I'm going to do is just check out we'll survey the ruins that we don't have eyes on yet. You're kidding me. The whole reason I built this command center was so I could... Okay, I'm going to have to dismantle this and put it elsewhere. I mean, I might as well wait until we've cleared out what we can, but that is so disheartening. All right, Lost Tiger gets to be the punching bag again. Oh my god. That's a lot of them. Okay, so we got a couple Gatling guns. Oh, actually, this guy's got weapons galore. All right. A lot of life support squirreled away. Although, we might be able to do another connection attack. Right? Oh, but there's batteries up there. That was so close to working. Wait a minute, no. We just don't worry about this bottom one. We just take up the upper level. So yeah, we just got pummeled. Now, as much as I'd like to watch the combat, we do have some other engagements. So this is a little bit more of a complicated one, given the fact that... All right. Apparently my new favorite way of dealing with Gatling guns is the same trick, just keep starving them at the power level. So there's a side of me that wants to go after the life support, but I think let's stick with our power strategy. Oh, nope. Take them out there. Again, the stuff in the back here doesn't matter. Probably should have charged more when I was making emotes. I mean, I tell that to a lot of my artist friends. Because, like, the thing is that, like, I don't... At least for me, I don't mind paying for something like that. Because I sort of see... I personally sort of see the... like, an emote is sort of like a long-standing thing, right? Like, it's something that I'm probably going to make use of for a pretty significant period of time. And so, you know, with that in mind, I don't necessarily think it's wrong to see it as sort of an investment that you make over a longer period of time. As a artist, I think it's important for you to be able to support yourself. And so in that sense, I mean, really, you know, you don't need me to tell you that you should charge something that allows you to support yourself, or at the very least is commensurate with the time that you're giving up. The one thing that's nice for me, right, is that I have something that kind of approximates a professional job. So I do have some kind of a benchmark for what I've been valued in the marketplace at. But even then, like, you know, the data work that I do for, I mean, usually for indies, I do it for free. I've actually gotten more money for, I've gotten more money for streaming. And I'm not talking about subs, although thank you all for your subs and primes and donations and all of that. I've actually made more money being hired to go on like channels and like talk up a game or show it on like Steam or something like that than I have from my data work, which is of course funny because of course that is what my education is in and what the you know, what you'd kind of think my usual, sorry, wrong ship, my usual way of making money might be. So it looks like we're really struggling to deliver on this strategy. I think it might be, oh yeah. Okay. Let's think a little more carefully about this. This is kind of a fun puzzle. So knock out these to take out the connections that go here. And then these to take out the batteries. That's one of the reasons why this ship is so short on health. But also on the note of money, Elgrin's, what I was meaning to say was the monitor actually survived for one reason or another. It's alive again, so I should be able to drag out a little bit more life for it. Unless I said that before again, I'm sorry. I'm really tired, so I'm struggling a little bit to to finish a particular thought all the way to the end. This isn't going to be able to last all that long against the turret. In fact, I'd say as a whole, we're actually doing a pretty poor job of keeping the guns quiet. So as an alternative, what I'm going to do is focus on their life support. But we got to get out of here. Oh, no, you don't. Get back here. Yeah, I mean, I can completely appreciate that circumstances may... Oh, man, I can't even go life support. I don't know why I thought I could pull that off. Okay, well, you know what? Let's try and go for their connections again. It's like going after the power plants is tough because they do have, like, they can take a hit. Going after the connections doesn't seem to work because they take out they're effective at taking out my my weapons, so we're not able to silence the guns in time. I mean, maybe the answer is we do just go straight for the gunners. Excuse me. No, but if we go for the gunners, they're gonna just go back and heal up. I think we'll still get this through attrition, but yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, like there's always going to be a problem in terms of getting like making sure that art is sort of priced fairly. I mean, I think, you know, to a certain extent, I got to see a pretty good exhibit about Rembrandt and sort of how the changing environment in the Netherlands sort of allowed for this class of painters to arrive who kind of lived and essentially made their living by continuing to sort of push the envelope, which I thought was really interesting. Obviously, it's going to be an interesting topic for me if they talk about how sort of commercial imperatives are shaping the types of art that get made. But, you know, I guess one of the things is that when we think about these times when art is, like, people are able to sort of make a living as an artist, very often it involves some kind of patronage. It involves a very high concentration of wealth sort of deciding what stuff gets made. And I realize that a lot of people will have big problems with that, and rightly so, right? I'm not entirely sure any of us want the Pope to be deciding, you know, what gets made any more than, you know, or the bankers deciding what gets made. Thank you, Decree. So, you know, but artists are creative people, right? So they do come up with new and different ways of trying to support themselves. Certainly where I can, right? I try and show the support, where I can. I don't know, I guess, like, I guess there's a side of me that sort of has faith that a lot of this stuff is going to eventually work itself out, but I always feel like a little bit of an idiot saying that sort of stuff, because, like, obviously you can't tell someone who's trying to, like, support themselves through their art, oh yeah, I'm sure this will all eventually figure itself out. Like, obviously they're making decisions based on their ability to get stuff done, and I don't know, it's like, it's hard to see like getting an emote commissioned or something like that as a work of charity, right? Like, there is an exchange that's going on, and I think probably deep down people would prefer to be thought of as professionals who, you know, are being hired for a particular service, as opposed to, you know, oh well, I really don't care about your art, but, you know, I like you as a person, so that's why I'm buying this thing. Like, I think people would prefer to think that people are finding value in what they do. But, you know, again, I guess the thing that, like, in one sense, the fact that all of this stuff is very affordable and quote-unquote easy to do, accessible is probably the word I'm looking for, that's very good, and that opens up lots of possibilities for new art. But it can also lead to sort of this devaluation, and obviously we're seeing that there are some people who do extremely well, and then kind of the whole rest of that market is divided among, you know, the remaining 99%, and it's near impossible to make a living doing it. And again, right, like, not everybody's owed the ability to do the thing they like doing, right? Generally, when we go to work, we sort of acknowledge that that's sometimes going to involve having to do stuff that we're not particularly thrilled about. I mean, I certainly had a very different idea of the sort of work that I would be doing. It's a shame. We probably are going to wind up losing a few more. I just really don't want to throw another ship at these guys, so I'm going to run this out as long as I can. But yeah, this was a tough ship. God, we're about to lose a fourth. All right. We're not going to have anybody left on the ship by the time we get that thing back into port, so I am going to have to dig up my giant wasp. Get back here. There's going to be a turret coming after them shortly after. There we go. The first batch of attacks should be sufficient to take them out. All right. I'd prefer to have more than 2 ships to take out this turret, but I think we should be able to see it through. Oh. Okay. One of you is attacking that ship. All right, this thing's not that big of a worry. This is probably overkill to focus so much on its connections, but I would like, if I can, to just really lock down their ability to cause any damage. Yeah, ghost ship. We have enough artifacts to sort of rebuild, but that's a shame. Now, just a reminder, one of the things we're working on once we can clear out these remaining ruins, this is a bit of a high priority one because this will get me some isotopes, but we're going to be spending our influence on... Oh, they found us. All right, is that turret down? Not even close. Oh, this is going to get complicated. Oh, that doesn't do it. All right. I think if we hit them here and here... That's a start, but it doesn't answer the battery problem on this side. Mind you, if we take out the fuel turbines, they're not going to be able to power. Oh, but there's too many fuel turbines, so. I'll still hit them here, but So in a perfect world, I wouldn't be doing this near the rebel turret, but I want to see if we can get some chip damage in it at the very least. Okay, I gotta wait for the 30 influence. Yeah, we got a handful of isotopes that are on our way. So if you notice, we're at 90, so if I want, I can start upgrading some of these buildings. The question is, you know, which of these... Actually, power? I don't need the power right now, but... could upgrade my smokestack. That'll help me earn money. Definitely need more for the transport hub. Actually, speaking of, how's the pollution doing? Looking good. Yeah, it's weird, but I am going to upgrade the smokestack. Alright. Should be able to get back on that turret. So again, want to be careful about my... want to be careful about my overall health. Remember, after we take this one up, we're only halfway on the rebel camps. So I'm happy that they're acting as a screener, but I'm probably going to have to pull out in a bit. I think... oh, God. Okay, so we got 2 ships taking out that turret. That should be fine. I'd be a little more worried about Rebel threat arriving, but if we're at 12%, even taking out the turret and the Rebel HQ, we should have a little bit more wriggle room. I also want to keep an eye on how much money I'm generating relative to my employment, because again, we've got these residential areas that are completely covered in garbage just because we don't have enough workers, which of course would suggest I should start upgrading some of these conversion centers, but it's a tomorrow me problem. Okay, so notice we went up to 30 off of that attack. So at the minimum, I want to make sure that I'm repairing and properly equipping this. Okay, so let's get some bodies in here. So again, it keeps taking that victory point away because the ships need to be active. But basically, 4 turrets isn't going to be that hard to build, but I would like to get my isotopes up. 10 is a little more difficult. We do count as local leader, but that's not going to count until we've built enough defensive turrets. Energy storage is really about building some more batteries, which I will do. But again, it would be nice to make sure that I'm a little more secure in terms of my... Like, as far as isotopes are concerned, we have exactly 9 objects. So, definitely not the most dramatic performance. I think I'm going to get the giant wasp prepared early. So as a reminder, I've got 199 right now, but I'm going to have less than 199 because I can't get replacements for the ones that become workers, at least until the residential areas start becoming workable again. Or livable again, I guess. I should, however, be able to clean up on some new goodies. I really want that. I think I want this a little... Oh, I can have both. So, 10 more, then I can dismantle this and try and put it somewhere more useful for getting me the ruined monument. I thought I'd be able to sneak by going up here, but turns out we do need this empty plot. Actually, I suppose I can start building it now. And then when we dismantle this thing, we just get all the resources back. In a pinch, I can also try and put a command center somewhere up here so that we can clear out these isotopes, but it still doesn't quite answer the where do the trucks go question. I might be able to snake them around. Yeah, okay. There's a couple things I could do, but we don't have the full range. We'll see. I'm not completely opposed to kind of messing around with a couple of the... Get in there. I very rarely build more than one smokestack. I'm slightly upset that it's making me build more. Alright, sorry, I don't mean to complain about being sleepy all the time, but I feel like I'm in serious danger of this being the first night in which I don't get my writing done. I'm gonna do my darndest, but I apologize if I'm not... Like, I don't really feel like I've been... I feel like I've been starting to explain a lot of moves that I'm making, but I don't necessarily think I've been finishing them, so... yeah, I mean, this particular time... Yes, although I know you have... I think 3 hours is like your standard... your standard... if your previous chat was any indication. This is a bit of a special case. I was gonna present something that I built, which, I mean, again, like, it's done. I don't know, like, there's always the question in terms of whether or not the, you know, like, obviously there's the people who are gonna use it, and they have a say as to how done it is, but so far as I can tell, like, it's sort of finished to spec, and I'm reasonably happy with where it's at. There's a couple things that I would like to sort of change, but by and large, I'm just sort of... I have a dependency that I'm waiting on. I think I should probably wait until this stuff gets picked up before I completely dismantle this command center. But yeah, like... But... excuse me. I did put... I did put some extra effort in last night, and like the problem is because I put in the extra effort, it's not just that I disrupted the sleep schedule. It's like when I finally went to bed, I wasn't really able to catch that much sleep, and so it's just one of these cases where I put a lot of effort in, and I don't regret it. Like I felt like I was overall in a better position. I went. I mean, again, you could sort of say, well, why didn't you manage your work time better? It's like, you know, fair enough. Like, there were a couple of times I got sort of blindsided by a couple of things. But I don't know. Overall, I like to be prepared for stuff. And so, you know, I made the decision. And whether it was the right or the wrong one, I'm just really feeling the effect right now. Okay, so we've got our next target. Now, whether or not... See, this is a tricky one for me to decide whether I want to do the attack. Because I'm a little less worried about what I find here. I'm a little more worried about whether or not I can get my ships in position to defend the city once we trigger the threat level past the threshold. So the way I'm going to get around this is I'm going to make sure all of the ships are in the area. Probably don't have enough for the upgrade, yeah. I don't know if I'm allowed to use roadways that are built... Oh, we don't have the influence. I don't know if I'm allowed to use roadways that I built like this way, but I'm totally going to try it. I'm almost willing to give up red artifacts to claim this monument, but I know I'm going to need them to convert citizens into employees later. Okay, so if we are going to go after the turret, we should go quick. There are definitely going to be supporting ships. Now again, this isn't necessarily a combat-focused game. I'm doing this just so I can have a nice reserve of influence and partly just to pass the time. Okay, so this is the... Oh, that's a camp. That's not an HQ. It's really weird there's not a turret. Is this something we blew up already? Sure looks like it. That or possibly the AI did this? No. I'm pretty sure this is where... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've already... This is... This is definitely one we took out very recently. I am an idiot. Okay. I'm going to reassign a couple of workers, so we're going to move minerals, move isotopes. Actually assign someone to emptying the mines as well. This is just so that we can clear out all of this. Oh, but we do have all the residential areas working again, so that's a nice opportunity to make some influence. So I'd love to grab this one, but we don't have 117 storage, sadly. Okay, so the question here is, can I get this done in sort of 5% worth of threat meter time? I'm going to say the answer to that's probably no. So I'm going to move my ships into defensive positions. I am, however, going to take out the ships that I can. So it'll be a little back and forth, but there we go. Ah, yes, one of these things again. Fortunately, we know how to handle this one, so hit him in the power. Ooh, okay, cool. So I'm going to assume that this thing's, I'm assuming that this thing's going to be able to handle itself. I'm also assuming that it's not going to be back to the base in time for the rebel attack. Also occurred to me I can donate some credits for some influence and get isotopes. Again, as far as stuff that I want to grab, nothing really to speak of. Actually, sorry, that I screwed that up. I actually should have used that to get the Ruin Monument. That's fine. I'll know for next time. Now, if you can give me a second, I'm actually gonna. This is gonna be the height of courage. I'm actually gonna not pause this, but I am gonna go put the kettle on to refill my tea. And if the rebels attack, well, that's what I get. See y'all in a minute. Hey, I'm back just in time. Apparently we're just dangling right at the rim. Ball's not quite ready to go into the net.
Sympathizers are all the same, and you all die the same too.
Oh, you know who I haven't been talking to? My advisors.
Founder, a reminder that there are several patches of resource-rich land near your territory that you should make use of. Claim the land from the Council, and set an employee to work on harvesting these minerals and isotope patches.
What I really want to do is build more shipyards, but... There's definitely a couple of options as far as getting a shipyard down. Probably here is the most likely. I could, of course, use it to expand residential and office, but honestly, I don't think that's happening. All right. I should have been paying closer attention. So, what are we up against? A couple pea shooters, so nothing too catastrophic. All right. So once this fight's done, I definitely So once this, I mean, we've pretty much got this expansion, so I think once that's done, I'm going to start moving up to this area just so I can get a little bit more of a reliable stream of isotopes coming in. Hello, Vanguard Master. How you doing? Okay, again, there's no shortage of ships, but it really feels like these are not the most fearsome specimens of the rebel fleets. I'm curious. See, they've got enough battery power to kind of get them through taking out the plants. I figure I can be mean and take out the life support, though. Oh, that's great to hear. Is there any particular reason for being happy? I must interrogate your happiness. How dare you? Anything special, or just feeling in a good mood? As for me, I'm very, very tired, but other than that, I'm doing okay. And actually, I apologize. I'm just gonna, the kettle's boiling, so I'm just gonna pour the tea, and I'll be back. Just feeling in a good mood. Got a bit of progress done today, so that's always reason to celebrate. Excellent. I know you've been working. I mean, you've got a very ambitious game, so it's good to hear about those wins. Mind you, I mean, I also don't. I suppose for me, I don't really know that much about scope, so it could be that I just don't have a good idea of what. Like how difficult it is to do certain things. This is probably a really stupid move. But, oh my god! That's 4 turrets I'm eating. I'm happy. I think I'll be happy to take on. I'll be happy to take on one of the ships, but I don't think I'm in a position to tussle with a turret. I want to see if I can entice them into attacking me, though. It's Earl Grey tonight. I've been trying, just because of my trouble sleeping, not to do that much in terms of caffeine before bed. But like I said, I'm genuinely worried that this will be the first time in over a month that I don't get. So like, I gotta admit, like, my writing goal is pitifully small. Like, my expectation for myself is to do at least a half hour of focused, you are not doing anything else, writing. But what I tend to notice is that more often than not, I've just naturally extended that out to an hour or longer. That Whiplash article, for instance. Actually, for those of you who have seen Whiplash, you were at least aware that I've written that article, right? Like, I can link it if you need, but I'm going to assume the people who will benefit from it have seen it, and those who have not seen the film probably don't want to read that article because it definitely does not do the whole spoiler. It does say spoiler alert once, and then it proceeds to talk about the film as if you've seen it. But because it's a review of a review, basically. Like, I was really annoyed by a New Yorker review of Whiplash. So I actually, you know what? Always be promoting. Oh, but I closed all my browsers. I'm pretty sure it's the first one there. Yeah, so I've got quite a few. Quite a few things I gotta keep an eye on. I absolutely should have enabled the turret. That's my bad. But yeah, I have to keep track of quite a few ships right now. Okay, once we've scooped up the last of those isotopes, then I can dismantle this command center. I might even boost the energy plant just because we're going to get a big hit on our... once we activate the Ruin Monument. Can I talk about that bit? Anyway, sorry, Vanguard Master was saying, the scope is big, or so everyone tells you, but you had a team meeting today to work on some actual planning for features, flowcharts, mind maps, and apparently they're not the same thing. What's the distinction between the two? I've never really used either two. Well, I guess I've used like a mind map before, but what's the distinction between the two, if you don't mind me asking? So, ticket generation rate's tempting here. I feel like I gotta go for the research efficiency at this point, though. Oh, fair enough. Well, I mean, again, it's all entirely about how you're able to communicate your ideas with other people. I was actually reading about Ken Levine's company, I think Ghost Stories. So this is after Irrational Games was closed. There was that, I think, somewhat famous GDC talk about sort of narrative Legos. I'm just going to throw the reinforcements in. Let's try and take out as many of those turrets as we can. Look at that smog, beauty. But yeah, so this is the game that, supposedly the game that was the subject of the narrative Legos talk. I mean, I think that talk is like 8 years old now. It was so Jason Schreier's now at Bloomberg, and essentially the article was like, what happened to it? What's going on with the studio? And apparently, like, it's just this case where I don't think anybody's really questioning the talent, but apparently there's a lot of cases of apparently there's just a lot of cases of people being directed towards like one thing only to sort of have it sort of scrapped. And apparently in the worst cases, what's happening is people are being sort of singled out for the failure of particular items. So even though it's more likely the case that the vision isn't necessarily being communicated all that well, what it's translating into is like specific people being blamed, where, I think it's probably fair to say that just because I'm trying to avoid the term auteur, but this is obviously what people are thinking of. Ultimately people are being...
In your favor, but I will win the next bout, I assure you.
I mean, hard to argue. 14 kilometer winds, making sure the pollution doesn't hit my buildings. When he's right, he's right. But yeah, in any case, I guess what I'm trying to say about it is I think it's capable to simultaneously be very good at something, but also not necessarily be capable of managing a team to help bring about a particular vision you may have. So like creative creative projects are particularly difficult in this regard. Oh, if I cancel that, we should be able to go, yes. So I want to see if I can cheat and get some roads down. Oh, but I don't have the influence, so let's donate some money. But yeah, so it's not even necessarily being just good at managing a company, although that seems to be an important condition for working as a particular type of game designer. It seems that you also have to be, like, again, because you can't do everything yourself, you kind of have to be able to communicate in a way that the team is both able and willing to sort of follow the direction. And of course, if you want the quality of the product that I think everybody's looking for, you also have to have the good ideas and the, you know, like, again, you can be a very good man. I mean, there's no shortage of very good business managers who maybe aren't necessarily well equipped for creative work. So, I mean, again, I suppose it's just another one of these cases where I suppose I'm kind of surprised that games ever get done. But I guess where I was trying to go with that anecdote was just I suspect probably the individual tool doesn't matter so much as the idea of the team being on the same page and being able to see it through. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm really blowing it as far as the content goes. All right. So we should be able to soften up these turrets at least. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish them, but thing's not going to have a whole lot of life to complete the mission, but we'll do our best. The one thing that's nice is that turrets aren't capable of taking out individual components. So I think I'll let them each get one more volley, and then we should probably go. Yeah, that shouldn't have even been a question. I should have left as soon as I drop the payload. So I'll try and make the most that I can. We should be able to at least get this level 2 turret down. I might add a little bit towards the damage, but overall I think this is going to be a bit of a grind. I definitely remember the old way with turrets. This used to be completely unassailable. Some of your ships may explode, but that is a risk I'm willing to take. I've seen Shrek. It's one of the ones that I didn't quite enjoy as much as other people seem to. I think this is just going to be me being impossibly tame, but I think one of the things I didn't really care about the Shrek movies... Oh, God. Probably should be paying a little more attention to what was going on there. I think one of the things that turned me off the Shrek movies was that I kind of contrasted them with Pixar. And by this is not me saying that they're not good movies. This is just more, they didn't connect with me the same way that I feel like they might have for some others. Oh, you know what? I'm going to cancel because we have one more road to build. One thing I really liked about Pixar was that it sort of felt like the movies are ones that, like, there's the stuff that clearly will appeal to mom and dad, but it doesn't have to rely on sort of adult humor. Whereas I sort of feel like Shrek has quite a few jokes which are sort of like oh, let's hope the kids don't know what they're talking about. And clearly the kids are gonna know, right? Like, of course they do. Like, when were you ever, like, out of the loop when, you know, when people thought they were being so clever about what they were hiding from you? Like, no, of course you know. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think Pixar has some really great craftsmanship to it. I think they're really well-told stories that are enjoyable to watch. Like, adults can enjoy them because they are just enjoyable stories on their own. And I feel like as good as the Shrek and like the kind of the Pixar animation films were, there definitely seems to be a while where they kind of went, it's not exactly blue humor, but it's kind of getting a little too close to it for a kids movie, in my opinion. And again, I'm not trying to make some sort of Puritan argument of like, how dare DreamWorks do that. It's just, I think there's just a certain charm in being able to sort of pull off a joke that appeals across generations without having to sort of rely on a on a dirty joke. So I bet the kids didn't know that Mama Bear was douchebag's rug. What? I'm not remembering things now. Okay, so it looks like I can't use that road. Oh, I can't even dismantle that road. All right. Lost forever. We will head back and finish off those turrets, by the way. Just I need a breather. I also don't think there's anything else for me to claim right now. So let's request the isotopes. Oh, right. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Valiant Cheese was telling me the story. Apparently when he saw District 9, which I'm hoping you've all seen. It was Neil Blomkamp's. So I think he was supposed to work on like a Halo movie originally, and there was some trouble making that happen, but sort of was recognized as this talent. I think Peter Jackson was sort of his big booster, big supporter, and essentially was able to sort of help push forward this project. So apparently what happened with Valiant Cheese was he went out, they watched Up, again, Pixar movie, and really liked it, and nice uplifting movie. Like, saddest opening for a Pixar movie until they made... Like, it feels like there's a bunch of Pixar movies where they really just tried to make you feel terrible. Usually at the start, but there's definitely a couple of endings, too, where they really try to hit you in the feels. But yeah, Up is nice. I can't remember too much of Up, but I seem to remember really liking what I saw. But apparently he went from Up, and they said, it's like, oh yeah, let's watch another movie. So like, okay, let's check out this District 9 thing. And they go from this wonderful, uplifting animated film to this, science fiction action allegory for apartheid. It's a little bit of a tone shift, but really good. I'm glad there's a few District 9 fans. Neil Blomkamp's actually Vancouver-based, or was Vancouver-based. Obviously originally from South Africa, but All right, so we've got 117 on our isotopes. I could get another smokestack because we're still kind of topping out our waste. We've already upgraded the energy plant. Honestly, it does feel like waste is the thing that's going to keep us held back. There is something to be said for workers as well, but it looks like these things are just constantly burning waste. So we will bring that up to level 3. We're not really short on money, so I'm probably going to focus more on upgrading conversion centers. I should probably get my science lab upgraded as well, because it's painfully slow to research stuff now. This is gonna bug me forever. I read up on a couple things about comedy. So now again, it's hard to like. I think the best analogy I've heard for analyzing comedy or like analyzing a joke is that it's a little bit like dissecting a frog in school. Like nobody really learns anything, and the frog is definitely not better for the experience. So, like the analysis of humor is certainly a something of a fraught exercise, let's say. But insofar as it was useful, there was this suggestion that one of the ways that humor works is that basically the intellect is very quick, the emotions are not, and so one of the ways you can structure a joke is that there is something that will engage the emotions, and then the punchline sort of it introduces sort of something unexpected. It's something that the brain is capable of recognizing. I mean, this is one of the reasons why like sometimes stupid people just don't find stuff as funny. But on the other hand, like I can also think of morons who like laugh at just about everything. So I'm not entirely sure that's I'm not sure that's the best criteria. Also, it's kind of snobbish to just be like, oh, that person's a moron. This person is okay, though. Because usually the factors that go into making the moron determination or not have very little to do with the merits or lack thereof of the person, and probably just have a bit more to do with how you feel about them at the time. But yeah, basically the idea is that that laughter is the release of adrenaline. Like the emotion needs to go somewhere. You've built it. You've got yourself all worked up from the story, and now that there's this unexpected element that was entered in, and that you're feeling something differently. You're left with all this. You're left with this adrenaline. You're left with this emotion, and you need to do something with it. And laughter is basically how you release it. And like I said, I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know how much weight I should put into that particular view. It does sort of seem to make sense. On the other hand, like it may also be a case where, you know, once you start interrogating that, once you start thinking a little bit about, like, thinking through the implications, or, you know, whether that makes as much sense as it seems at the time, you know, I kind of imagine it's like, okay, so if I tell something that's not a joke, like if I build up, you know, suspense or fear or, you know, whatever emotion as part of telling a story, and then I just go into a non sequitur, does that mean that someone's going to laugh? Because presumably confusion would produce the same effect. But, you know, I don't know. But I don't know, it kind of felt felt right. So, so yeah, maybe, I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe Cheese was laughing his head off at District 9. Now here's a funny one for you. What do you all call the aliens in District 9? At least those of you who've seen it. Yeah, most people do. I feel really uncomfortable about that because like it's like it's totally introduced as like a slur. Yeah, like it's like everyone does it. I mean, it makes sense too. Like that's what everyone in the movie calls them that. And I suspect that there is some consideration that they put into the fact that the audience would be adopting the nomenclature. I mean, one of the things that's so interesting about that movie is that its main character is a racist and is allowed to be and exhibit the tendencies of that. And he may be like one of the nice racists, but he still is. And the whole movie is him starting to sort of come to terms with that and to maybe appreciate what it's like to be on the other side without putting too fine a point on it. And obviously that transformation is not nearly as effective if you try to sanitize the character too much. But let's face it, that's a super uncomfortable topic to, to explore. So I give them credit. I think they handled it really, really well. But yeah, I do think the fact that everybody's willing to just adopt the language of the racists when talking about the aliens is a really, really interesting touch, and I suspect probably a conscious one. That is true. They didn't use the actual names, but I mean the aliens do have names, right? Like I think it's Christopher Johnson is the name of the main alien that you talk to. But yeah, I mean, like that's kind of where I say that I think some of this stuff is a conscious choice. So I was originally going to upgrade the conversion center, but I remembered I wanted to build the ruin monument. And I think essentially here is that, much like the people in South Africa in that film, the only system and the only kind of language that we have is this particular one, which we sort of know to be a problem. It's one that's introduced in the film as being a slur, and you have people trying to justify the use.
The council has done here.
We are going to wow.
No attention to the frenzied ramblings of a rebel founder. It is beneath you.
They did not lose any time to get. All right. If I need, I can burrow, but oh yeah, I'm totally gonna have to burrow. That thing is way too strong. But yeah, I mean, essentially the audience, like the characters, the thing that they have sort of been brought up in and steeped in is is the really intolerant language. And again, I think it creates a certain sense of empathy for the characters who would otherwise be just completely unlikable. Okay, probably better to get this thing repaired before we start hunting more rebel camps. There's 2 left, so generally looking good. Oh lord, what are we up against? Okay, so big shields. Now unfortunately they've got batteries here. So I can try and brute force through the... It's a really tough call actually, because there's definitely ways that I can cut out the... There's definitely ways that I can cut out the power here. I really do not like half measures like this, but... We'll see how it goes. Okay, this thing's got batteries, so I can't rely on my old... Oh, actually I can. Because we can still take out its access to all of its power. And it doesn't matter whether or not... you know what, those are probably going to be able to reach, though. Okay, life support first. I don't know how I feel about this, but... Oh, we didn't get the life support. Oh boy. That's what I get for trying to take out all these rebel camps. This thing's a nightmare. All right. It's well protected. I think in this case we're just going to go straight for the guns. And got a ton of influence, so let's get the isotopes when we can. So just need one more isotope and we're good. I'm going to try and let the AI make some decisions about how it wants to spend its time. I don't think I was premature on the burrowing. I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have been able to save that road otherwise, but it does feel a little... Excuse me. It does feel a little wasteful in retrospect. Thank you all. Almost done our research, which is good. So when I can, I am going to get a command center up here in this this upper left corner. But I've already invested so much into constructing this ruin monument. I kind of want to get it done. This is a worry. Oh, sorry, that's the pennant. Sorry, looked at the wrong order. As long as the rebel ships are blown up, I'm happy. Okay, so we still seem to be maintaining at our current waste level, but this thing does still have a bit of capacity. Yeah, actually, both of them seem to have capacity, so I suspect probably the problem's not as bad as it seems. So we have to do some repairs after the ship blows up over my territory.
That's not fair. How dare you fight back?
Okay,
Founder, I was wondering when you'd arrive. We got a lot of work to do. I'm Alexa Carrick, your military advisor. Around here, they call me the Admiral. I manage your ships, armaments, and military personnel. Plain language, that means I make sure that rebels and our competitors don't kill us. I've worked with a lot of startup cities here on Titan, so don't worry. I've seen it all. Landfaller cities come and go like the rain. For now, keep your eyes open and your mind sharp. If we want to survive on this poisonous rock, we'll have to work hard. Founder, it's time for us to pursue a campaign of rebel extermination. There are several rebel encampments nearby. We can crush them all. Explore the remaining territory in this sector. When we find rebels, send them packing. The Council will be grateful. Nothing makes them happier than a rebel running scared.
all right. So Council Monument's being built. Here we go. Ticket generation's happening. Okay, so... Right, that was so that we could get scientific education. So we'll grab one of these and one of these. Okay. Definitely research efficiency first. And against my better judgment, I think I am going to build the shipyard here. So more or less following Lex's advice here, we're just trying to...
Founder, we've been picked up by the enemy's radar. The hostiles are preparing to attack and will arrive shortly. Action stations, everyone. Ready all systems and destroy the enemy birds.
Stop. Hammer time. Ah, okay, we're gonna need power for this thing. My last... well... Well then. Probably a little early for that fight. Now, I probably shouldn't be dismantling shipyards at this point. There's actually a mild temptation to... Oh my god. I definitely need to be upgrading the mine. We're not like we're running through minerals faster than we mine them. That actually tells me that we should shut off one production line until we're in better shape. That'll just free up some workers for other tasks. So yeah, there's a side of me that says it'd be nice to kind of take advantage of the extra... you know what? I am going to do it. So we'll build those two ships, and then we're going to dismantle this one so that we can gain access to all those isotopes up there. Okay, well, everybody can pile onto the turret until they start paying attention to us. I think we do the same strategy we did last time with this one. It doesn't seem to be all that fearsome. Okay, so until I get some more isotopes, I'm not really able to do that much with my, as far as command centers are concerned. Do the rebels stop being nerds after you take all the camps? No, so the way the game used to work was if you took out all the camps, that was a win condition. But the main goal has always been to have something a little more, I don't know, a little more goal-oriented. So in this particular case, the goal is to accumulate a certain number of victory points. I'm going to be going for the gold victory, the 35 points. But obviously I've been focused a little bit more on my some of my military goals. What is nice though is that now you can actually turn off rebel attacks after you destroy all the camps, but that's not let's say the original vision of the game. Now whether you think it's better or not, that's another question, but essentially the idea for this game is to complete these objectives before your opponent does. But yeah, so sorry, by destroying rebel camps you get a higher cap on your influence, which is very helpful. Excuse me. What's a little less helpful is I'm not quite sure which of these ships is... there we go. See, I'm definitely not bringing their A-teams on these ones. Excuse me, sorry. Actually wound up being a bit more bloodthirsty this time around than I was expecting, but... Okay, hopefully this doesn't bankrupt me. I genuinely do not remember which one. I think we called this the overcompensation. Sure looks like it. So that's a massive waste as far as minerals are concerned, but I don't have the option of building it the way I built it the last time, and I'd rather not sort of mess around with all of that. So we already heard this one.
I see the defense turret is now complete. Make sure it's online and has employees available to operate it. This should slow down our attackers, but we still need more defenses, Founder. Our enemies may have reinforcements, and we'll need every bit of firepower we can muster.
Was it wise for me to pick a fight? I don't know, but it'll make me feel better about myself. I seem to remember these being a bit tough, actually. The tough thing about these ones is the power is so close. So if you try and go for the connectors, it doesn't quite work. So, one potential option is you go for the fuel, so you'd probably want to take the storage first and then the fuel generators, but I don't know how much of the fuel generator you need to take out before it matters. I guess the other option is to go for the life support. Nah, even then they're covered by the shields. So yeah, in this case we're just gonna hit them right in the guns and hope it does the trick. The real tricky part is getting that last camp down in the corner here. I'm going to be kind of far from home. So, I mean, maybe what I do is I bring the four ships that I normally would, and then sort of the two stay home in the base to protect.
Good work, Founder. I see we've got a ship that's ready for combat. The Council's rules stipulate that all fights must be one-on-one. Let's not fight dirty now. And please be mindful of where we choose to fight. Exploding ships can cause collateral damage. Try to keep the fights away from buildings unless you fancy repairing them, is my advice.
I figure at the very least we can maybe clear out a few rebel ships in the bottom corner there. We're already over halfway, so it'd be pretty unwise for me to try and take out a camp, but... I don't know, I feel like there's some potential to at least knock a few troublemakers off the map. The Calamitous Telesto. Nice. Okay, so we're not ready to fly this thing yet. We want to make sure that we charge up its batteries and its fuel first. But that's fine because this thing's going to be guarding home anyway. sorry. Thought I saw something on Steam, and it might have been Miss Ariella. I hear she has a penchant for messaging me in the middle of streams, but it was not. It was just Steam asking for an update. Okay, so we're going to turn off the lasers first. So this is going to be so that we can charge up our batteries. Also going to turn off the medical pod. So as you can see here, we've got 6.2K in terms of storage space, and then for fuel we have 6.1. We're currently generating 14. Oh, curses. I highly question the battery choice here. Oh wow, yeah, these are not the priorities I set. I guess I have to do that for every ship. Okay. That's an expensive mistake. Too many people dying. Come on. There we go. Okay, you need repairs. This thing's still getting built. This thing's free. This thing's getting charged. This thing's down a gun. Oh look, they got it. They got the life support back on. Wonderful. Alright, this is probably a dumb idea, but let's make something of it. I really should not be fighting this stuff in front of a turret. I think this is gonna have to do. Alright, now we're pretty well versed on this one. Okay, this is one we want to launch pretty quickly. Why are you disappointed, Miss Ariella? So I'm kind of getting a free ship doing this. Now the fact of the matter is I'm going to be keeping the shipyard around for a while anyway, so you'll see later. Oh. I'll probably see now. Oh, no. No problem, Tikri. I was actually probably going to be wrapping up around this point, but we've got at least one more rebel attack coming after us. So I was definitely planning on trying to look for some more isotopes, and this just wound up me being very aggressive. But what can I say? Sometimes it's called for. But have a wonderful evening. I hope you get some rest, although I know that's always... it's always a bit of a roll of the dice. But yeah, so this is a sneaky way that I could get 6 ships in the sky, and I do plan on dismantling this shipyard, but for now, I will, I don't know, I'll happily take advantage of this. In the grand scheme of things, if everything gets repaired in time, we should still be able to use these two to attack this base, and then the rest of it is just, you know, kind of taking the opportunity when we can, I guess. So we should have 4 to defend home, and then once we do a successful defense, we can send them to clean up anything else that's in the area here. I would expect that I don't think we go up to, maybe we go up to 500, I'm not sure. It is reasonably high, the reward for taking out the rebels. I'll confess, I'm a bit surprised we are so well positioned for workers. I would have thought that we would have needed more. So yeah, this one's going to heal up. This one has healed up. I was gonna say, I was gonna get back to that later, but maybe what I should do instead is just put it up on this full screen. But maybe it's one of those really inappropriate message as you're want to not do. Oh yeah, this guy's not gonna be sticking around for a while. We'll do the chip damage that we can. There is sometimes some logic in trying to take out the small ones, not because they do a lot of damage to you, but because you can get rid of them quicker. This thing's basically taking 3 volleys to do a little bit of damage to a pretty strong turret. Okay, I gotta get out of here, and I need to make sure I avoid this guy, the penance. I wonder if you can shift queue stuff. No. Okay, do we have a free shipyard available? I hope we do. Yes, we do. I think I might try and go after the penance here. Ideally, if I can stay out of the range of that tier 3 turret. This is definitely going to be a tough one to crack. Yeah, I don't think they're going to let me off that easily. Oh boy. Do I try and take... Okay, so there is a small argument to try and take it out of the power. Okay, let's try something unconventional. So I'm going to destroy the... So there's a little bit of a thought to this one in particular. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to take out the fuel and the battery. And the reason I'm doing that is my intention here is to take out this fuel. So what happens is that if I successfully destroy the fuel tank and the battery, there's no other storage. Okay, yeah. So basically, this is going to be my experiment to see whether or not I can successfully take out a ship's through its fuel. So I'll kind of show you the logic in a second. Oh yeah, they already stopped me from... Okay, let's switch that around then. I need to have both fire. Gotta head off. Thank you very much, Vanguard Master. Again, I'm not feeling like God's gift to streaming right now, so I really appreciate you showing that support. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, so now that this stuff is destroyed, that zeroes out. So this is not going to be storing anything until it's repaired. And so what I want to do now is I want to take out the sources of fuel. Am I a complete idiot? There we go. So what I'm trying to do now is take out the sources of fuel before they can repair it, so that they're short of resources when it comes time. So looks like this fuel turbine might be out. Yeah, I just don't think I'm delivering fast enough. The logic was there, but all my hardware got taken out too quickly. So I'll stick around. I don't know. I'll stick around and see what damage I can do, but I don't think we're going to be able to take out that ship. Looks like the Prancing Venus could use some extra... Oops, sorry, creaky chair. See what I have to deal with, chat? Oh, nuts. Huh? Nope. How do you stream with someone like this in your channel and they like do the same joke every time, hoping that they're somehow gonna get a different response? This is basically what I do to Miss Ariella on her broadcasts. And it's not just me trying to find nice things to say when I say she's very patient. She is genuinely a very patient person. All right, I think we're just gonna pull out here. So I am going to want to upgrade these residential and office buildings at some point, but I'm still struggling to get the resources. Well, we have a lot of idle workers, so... Hello, Irrepressible. be so disappointed with you. This is why I has Mars and you have Titan. I've built more on it than him. Oh dear. Back to complaining about your lack of sleep from the... Yeah, at least you have a good reason for lack of sleep, Irrepressible. Thank you very much for stopping by. I mean, this is one of the things I do frequently say, you know, I don't take attendance and stuff like that. And I mean it, but I also know a number of you have actually had some like fairly big life events. So I think it's slightly amazing that some of you are able to show up the way that you do. So... Except for Ariella. Obviously with Ariella, the reason for asking her favorite Excel commands is just so that I know that she's there, and it's like not. Actually, there's a fun thing about there's a fun fact about Ariella's stream. And I don't know if like her channel is just playing some super long con on me or something. But like every once in a while, Ariella will like look over her shoulder and start talking to like the hallway or her computer monitor or like stuff like that. And she always keeps talking about having a cat. And I'm like, okay, ha ha ha, very funny, you know, carry on. But like chat gets in it too. And like they're like, oh yeah, and you know, they'll refer to her cat and stuff like that. So either they've got this coordinated effort to convince me that she owns a cat that doesn't exist, or it's just a very deep and sophisticated troll, which I naturally appreciate. I am literally the worst person. After all those nice things I said about you. I'm sorry, Ari. One has to play to one's strengths, and in my case, my strengths are being reflexively awful. You're just watching Veep again. So I've never seen Veep, but it is by like a writer and director that I like quite a bit, Armando Iannucci. He was responsible for a British television series called The Thick of It. And he later kind of turned that into a film called In the Loop. Both are excellent. And for those of you that are Doctor Who fans, it's Peter Capaldi delivering some truly legendary and volcanic profanity at truly staggering rates of delivery. Yeah, everything I've seen suggests to me that I'd quite like Veep. It is, I don't mean to be one of those guys, but I definitely have more of an appreciation of sort of the British style of comedy than the American style. And I think Iannucci can do both quite well, but I respond a little bit better to the British style, and that's why I've been a bit reluctant. But everything I've heard about Veep is that it's very good, and I should just, you know, I should just suck it up. He's also done a couple of good features. So I haven't seen his David Copperfield movie, but I have seen The Death of Stalin. I actually got to see that on the big screen in Ottawa, and I really like that one. It's a pretty good cast on that one too, actually. But I think one of the things that's so interesting about The Death of Stalin is that it there's definitely some parts of history that it doesn't get correct, or, you know, it takes some sort of creative license for doing. But what I find so interesting is that, like, the really preposterous stuff in the movie is actually accurate, and it's more just like small details that aren't correct. Which I suppose if you're going to make, you know, a movie like that, that's probably the right way to go. But I'm probably going to guess that people are not watching The Death of Stalin for its you know, its qualities as a documentary. Just a hunch. Okay, we're at 98% on the rebel threat, so I think it's probably just as well at this point that we launch and we... you did your whole PhD on it. That's really cool. So I'm sure you're probably in a better position than I am to say... I mean, I know bits and pieces, but... I'm hoping that I haven't said anything too outrageous. Well, using it, never mind, you vetoed your own. Oh, use it like using the film?
Out of our way, Council Puppet, and you will be spared our wrath.
Oh, this guy again.
Founder, we can enter tactical view even outside of combat. You can use this view to adjust employees' job and repair priorities, and to assess our ships. It's good to keep an eye on our forces. A good leader is one prepped for combat at any moment.
All right, let's get the Dog of Hope. Okay, I want to try that strategy I was going to do last time. So, take out its reserves. Where's the fuel? Ah, see, that doesn't work quite as well though. Okay, okay. I'm still gonna try it, but so again, logic here is I have to completely destroy everything that stores fuel or power, and then move on to the generator afterwards. Okay, I've kind of blown it already, but we might be able to recover it. Let's put number 3 there. So again, this is to remove the charge. It's really important we kill the fuel before they can get this thing repaired. No way. Okay, let's do the majority of the damage here. I'm focusing on one ship, completely letting them destroy the rest of my empire. Okay, this thing's probably not going to be carrying a charge for a while. Yeah, power's back on. Yeah, we're kind of chasing our tail here. I feel like this can work, though. Okay, fire in the storage facility. We've already got repairs underway. Okay, am I really doing this again? Man, I'm out of ideas. Okay, so we're probably going to lose some of our ability to attack. Now this is a little scarier because this... Well, okay, So there's two things that make this interesting. One, we're actually able to sort of take out the fuel generation right away, so that's good. But we're not able to completely like cover everything, so it may have sort of this residual capacity. I'm curious to see if this works. Okay, good. So what I probably want to do now is, how is this thing still powering? Okay, I'm gonna leave them to do their thing for a bit. Okay, so the power's off. Good. So hit the batteries where we can, because of course we want to deny them their ability to draw power. Nope. How are you able to be powered without fuel? Oh my god, I'm blind. Okay, this was never gonna work. Well, okay, it might. I'm a little worried. Yeah, we're losing people. Oh no, Sir Karma! I guess the one bit of good news, it seems like there's only two. Oh no, there's a new one. The Unity. Okay, this is much more straightforward. Which is good, because I've only got so much brain capacity for... Actually, Ari, I don't think I've shown you this in this game, but there is one really fun feature. Looks like there's only two guys. No, there's more. There's a really fun feature when you are currently under attack. I don't know if... Oh yeah, well, we don't have a place for our workers anymore anyway. I'm hoping to find some of the people... Actually, we may not have citizens walk in the streets anymore, because they're all kind of stuck in the monolith. Well... It's a tomorrow me problem. Alright, what are we looking at here? So this should be a good equilibrium. No, it's not, because this stupid battery! It's completely chasing my tail at this point. I'm just trying to prioritize what I blow up. Although, honestly, at this point, we should focus on the center here. So weirdly enough, we're actually doing an okay job of killing them for fuel. It's just they're able to generate enough power to keep the rest of it going. There we go. All right. So, one here, one here. That'll clean it out. Okay. I actually think we've got a shot. I'll maybe get some insurance by taking out that center column. Nope, they're still generating power. How's this strategy working? Well, everything's really dark there, so I don't know why we've taken that much damage, but that's turned out. I'm just going to assume that this is working as intended. So yeah, does anybody else need any babysitting? It really feels just like this one. So yeah, it looks like you really do need to, kind of need to put the hurt on the whole fuel turbine, otherwise it will be able to power things. Okay, that's a little encouraging. I can sort of see this working in a couple of ways, but the fact that they're able to take some of my guns offline probably creates too much disruption in my in sort of the rotations to make it a reliable win. It's like you can see here, they've got two pretty much full batteries that I now need to contend with, so. But that's fine. I'll consider other ways to try and take this thing out in future. Now we go on to the repair jobs. We're starting to get close to our limits in terms of what we can do with influence. Ah, excellent. Okay, scientific education's done.
Mark my words. I will destroy you next time, Founder.
Pollution resistance or migrant ship arrival time. I feel like this is slightly more useful to me. HQ range is nice. Okay, we do need to get this. We do need to get this thing some power. So, doesn't really matter where. I would have preferred to use slightly less as far as my isotopes are concerned, but getting this thing online is a bigger priority now than saving isotopes. The isotopes I'm going to be able to mine are worth considerably more than the isotopes I'm giving up to be able to build this. Okay, repairs. So we're going to take this fleet of 6 ships and we're going to send them right down to the corner. Again, that's not going to end the rebel attacks, but it is going to give me a little bit more room for my influence, and it's going to make me feel better about myself. I am going to want to get... So once we get the isotopes, that's when I can start improving the residences and the offices. I should probably be able to build the defensive turrets now. Well, I can, but I shouldn't. And the fuel silos are going to be pretty straightforward. So definitely the military stuff we pretty much have locked down. Council obelisks require quite a bit of power, so I'd prefer to have... I would kind of prefer to have more... like, it'd be nice to have a little bit more of a reliable source of isotopes before I did that. I mean, at some point I should probably just bite the bullet and build the mine here, but not that having the mine has helped us out here. This thing's definitely not pulling in enough. I gotta keep remembering to replace the crew that we lose. I guess the one bit of good news is that our waste is on sort of a downward trajectory. The storage facility beside the residence and office buildings, not so good. I put the energy pylon in the one place it wouldn't do any good. Really need to pay attention to what I'm doing. You know what? No, that's dumb. So I'm just, if I can, a migrant ship before, although we're down some... Ooh, we are really short on artifacts. So this command center will help me a little bit with that, but... I suppose the one thing I can rely on is it doesn't seem like the game wants me to have any inert ruins activated, so that's a small bonus. I'm hoping this isn't close enough to the turrets, but they're all reasonably close enough that the consequences for getting a little too close to the turrets shouldn't be that severe. Okay, I also think the time's come for me to upgrade that transport hub. Brilliant. Okay, so first of all, let's scan all these ruins. And we're going to claim every single one of these patches. I'm going to dismantle that shipyard. We will build another, just in a better spot. I am also going to cancel the alarm. Okay. Looks like we're in good shape. So at this point, I'm just going to get people working in these nodes until I can get a mine down. If I can work this artifact patch, that's also good, but I don't think I'm going to be able to make it work. Yeah, hopefully this will be a bit of a shot in the arm for the economy. In the meantime, let's I'll have room for adding some more, but I think I'm fine leaving it like this for now. We're clearly filling up the storage facility a lot faster than we can empty it, which is one of the reasons I'm going to be buying those. I'll be buying those extra trucks, but okay. We only have the 9, but even 1 mine is helpful at this point. So. So right now I'm on a bit of a grab for the isotope resources, which is funny because of course we do need the red artifacts for science and conversion. Sensor range, energy, except for the Z-Thane, these are all pretty good. It's really easy to chew through your influence. Mind you, it's probably the way it should be. Okay, that feels like a pretty good start. We'll see where we're at with the mine later. In the meantime, though, I've got a score to settle. I wonder if there's command groups. Nope. At least not ones I'm aware of. So it means fielding large navies is a little cumbersome. That's fine, we'll make it work. Ah, my old nemesis, the penance. Oh, come on, you big baby. Grilled PB&J. Getting 2 marks for the Prime subscription. Now, you stopped by earlier, and I cannot remember the context. I think it might have been off of the YouTube channel, if I'm not mistaken. I apologize. I'm a hack, so... Old World, thank you. No, you're right. Wait, were you the U of T student? No, okay. Shouldn't even try to pretend that I remember. All right, now we actually were able to make one of these things go dark, so I'm tempted to try again. Yeah, actually, this shouldn't be that hard. So, 1, 2, 3. We need to make sure we destroy their ability to... So the power is a little bit more important than the fuel right now. I really appreciate that, especially because I'm absolutely exhausted. So usually whenever, I mean, I'm sure everybody can relate. Like when you feel tired, you just feel like you feel awful, and it doesn't matter even if you're doing good stuff. Like you just don't feel like you're doing it. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm always going to be happy to get a compliment, but it's actually a particularly helpful one right now, just because I'm definitely definitely feeling my my late night last night. Okay, so what's the largest stack of isotopes? So the reason why I want to target the largest stack of I mean, in the end, the numbers are going to be what they are, but the reason why I wanted to target the larger stack is that this thing is faster at mining, so it's also just an insurance policy against me sort of forgetting that I'm working that. So I'm going to let them sort themselves out over there. We should be able... Okay, we're stocked up on employees. You can also bring in some new migrants for some extra influence. Let's see what's going on in Rebel Land. So if I want to try and take out their power, I should probably be a little more hands-on, because we are eventually going to need to turn our attention to this guy down here. Yeah, and it's those dastardly Gatling guns that stop us from being able to really deliver the pain. Okay, so I'm not going to micromanage this thing because Actually, you know what? It might even be simpler than I thought. What happens if I just go straight for the power source? Well, they'll drain down batteries, but we can still... I think we can still give it a shot. There's a lot of overlap there. Let's at least punch the guy in the shield. So the reason I can't afford to micromanage this one is that we're currently fighting against some turrets as well. So if one of these ships is in danger of being destroyed, we want to adjust. But it looks like we're making good progress against this third turret. So this is probably the most dangerous scenario because we've got 4 different turrets firing at us. Now, fortunately, it's spread across. It's mostly spread across the different ships. Our threat is going to go through the roof, so I may need to run if it looks like there's going to be another invasion, because we still only have the one defense turret. But my priority right now is eliminating the defenses. Looking good. Okay, so you'll get an idea of how rapidly that threat meter is going to go up. Now, it's worth remembering that we have 6 ships and 2 shipyards, which is not a recipe for contentment when the invasion comes. So I'm going to move... I'm basically going to try and make sure that the shipyards have got some kind of repair job going each. Oh, come on. There we go. So yeah, I'm basically going to make sure that the shipyards are pretty much constantly repairing. Okay, we're up to 64. So this Rebel HQ may actually be enough to tip us over the edge. I think I'm going to move the Giant Wasp to reserves. Not going to be able to help that much with an invasion, but it's not clear that they're going to be able to take out the Pennants either, so... This guy's still in range. I kind of have to watch this like a hawk, because as soon as the... There we go. I basically want to take advantage of the... Okay, yeah. I don't know how I feel about this, but let's give it another shot. Okay, so this thing's busted. So this thing's still generating power somehow. Okay, because of the fuel. That makes sense. Yeah, so we've already lost a bit of capacity for fire, but that's fine. We can... Okay, so the thing's completely dark now. That's good. What we need to make sure we do is keep the pressure up for... we need to keep the pressure on the fuel generation. So the nice thing here is now that the Gatling guns are silent, we don't need to worry about the disruption to our own.
Be enemies.
Wow!
Signed up with the council, founder.
Well, we did say that was a possibility, so we got to run back home before. So this is not a very convenient time because the two ships I had in reserve are just getting in place for the repairs, but we do a call to arms. Again, doing a little micromanaging here just to make sure that we're still... But yeah, so basically this strategy works as long as you can get the Gatling guns down because it stops disrupting your lasers. The problem is that unless you are really confident in your ability to deliver on that first blow, it can also kind of leave you chasing your tail the whole time. There's no way you are repaired yet. I may have to burrow, but let's try and preserve as what we can. Also, I forgot to buy trucks. Oh god, they did not lose any time there. So this is the penance. These usually are a bit of a pain. So this is where I start to pay for doubling up all my buildings, but never gonna change. Okay, mineral enhancement I think we can afford for a little while at least. Maybe we'll start getting some repair. We'll get some repair teams working on that already. Alright, Rainbreaker. So I'm going to try not to deploy the giant wasp unless absolutely necessary. Let's also see, I've got plenty of influence, so let's grab some... This is not important for combat, but just trying to keep it in mind. Okay, the mine is full. I was not expecting that. Okay, we're in decent shape, and this thing is, yeah, it's tangling with the defense turret, so I'm sure the civilians are maybe not so happy about where the Rainbreaker wound up, but let's see what we got here. So, again, the Gatling guns wreak havoc on my... Well, okay. This, I have to tip my hat to brace yourself on this design. So it is relying entirely on this one turbine. But for full efficacy, I either need to waste 2 lasers like this, or I need to, if I have a large beam, I'm basically losing 2/3 of my firepower. Now the good news is that I'm going to be able to, I'm basically going to be able to shut the ship down, assuming I'm able to pull that off. But the really important part of that strategy is getting rid of any alternative sources of power. That means batteries and that means fuel. So we're going to start there. Another approach would potentially be to knock out the relays, but again, if you have batteries left, as long as you're able to connect to those batteries, it doesn't really matter. Although maybe they can't. It may actually be that they're relying on these. I'd rather not run the experiment though. Okay. So now would be a fantastic time to have insurance in that area. This looks like a fairly puny pair of lasers, but shielded quite heavily. I also really like the symmetry. The funny thing about this one is I am going to take some damage, but we can just eliminate the crew. Oh boy. This thing's probably just going to be able to run... Oh, nope. We're getting there. I mean, right now we're going to need to wait to deal with our existing combat. We can at least get some more repairs in. Now, unfortunately, I can't bury this thing. So, ooh, that's on fire too. It's an open question as to whether or not this other ship's going to arrive in time. It looks like it is. It definitely feels like this takes a while to... Okay, so yeah, this thing does a lot of damage on one attack, but we were able to get there in time. Either with what I mean, basically at this point it's a race to see who gets to the Dog of Hope first. But it looks like the undulating methone is here to save the day. Hello, my old friend. All right. Once more with feeling. There is a better way of handling this. If I go 1, 2, 3, 4, they can't access power. Come on, number 4, don't do this to me. Okay, that's interesting. So this thing still seems to be on. Oh, this little guy. Oh man, they're doing really well at getting stuff back online when they need to. It's just far enough to cause me a bit of inconvenience. Oh, hang on, but they have to reset their shot when we take them down. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. That's a really clever one, because you could see how much time I wasted on the Are these guys targeting the right ships? Yeah, sorry. I'm just not paying attention. I really like that one because you can see how much effort I spent looking at how the layout works, and I wasted a lot of time on the fuel. But there's actually just a small little point of fragility in terms of the layout of the power that I didn't notice. Oop, looks like we're down on power though. There's not a whole lot I can do about that, unfortunately. I think we're gonna have to let what will happen happen. Oh my God. Okay. This is clearly not working. I really feel like it should, but I guess the shields are too... Okay, well, you know what? It's time to micromanage again. Let's actually start. Let's go all the way on the center for starters. Ouch. That pretty much just annihilated any benefit there. Man, those shields are something else. Everything else is going great. Did I just forget to tell this what to focus on? Well, that's why I lost a... That's why I lost one of my crew. "16 isotopes. I feel like we should have more, but I'll worry about that later. Still want to grab what I can from our stockpile. I am eventually going to have to think about switching out ships. We might have been able to take out the pen. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're still struggling to deliver, so we'll just let the Lost Tiger come in and clean stuff up. Okay, let's go for basically the same play as last time, but hopefully a little more organized. Yeah, we may just have to chip it apart one step at a time. I could also try and go heavy on the shields. Just try and crack them long enough to... Well, that didn't accomplish what I was hoping it would. I mean, it may be a moot point, and it just dies to attrition. This one's definitely giving them a run for their money. Whew. That is definitely not a healthy looking ship. Good news is no rebel camps left. All right, so
You got lucky this time, Founder. You won't be next time.
So what do we need to do now? We're gonna get some repairs done. We've canceled the alarm. Clearly, the repairs are both to my ships and to my infrastructure. Now we've gotten a boost to our science already. We've also got a fairly decent stockpile of isotopes. Like it's not a game changer, but it keeps me alive for a little bit longer. If I extend this command center, it only goes out to the artifact patch here, but I think that still may be worth it. One thing I may want to be considering at this point is just where does my expansion get me my next batch of isotopes, and that's going to suggest going out into ruins rather than trying this isotope node. Again, I may just, like I said, bite the bullet, build the mine, and let people carry. Actually, honestly, that's probably the right call at this point. Maybe after when I can dismantle this mine and we can get people, because what purpose am I serving by not having this be an ideal format, right? I'm wasting so much research. I'm wasting so many resources to try and achieve an efficiency that's never going to happen. Well, maybe it will happen, but I've given up so much production. Although I've definitely gotten a lot better at sort of spreading out my city, so that's a fun lesson to learn. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should probably just rely on this for my next, not my next batch of isotopes, but build up and take advantage of it. In fact, there's nothing stopping me from using it right now, so. Now the reason for this is the new, again, the new victory condition. So the reason why I'm going to want some isotopes, sorry, let me just pick a new tech. Okay, let me just see here. Definitely want the HQ range. Movement speed's kind of nice too. So this one I'm reluctant to spend for because we already have a path to it. More importantly, it's up against a wall, so I don't think that's going to do much. So that might be a path to extra mining length. Not really fuel constrained yet. Pollution isn't as big of a problem. Yeah, I think we go for the HQ range for starters. Okay, I'm probably going to need to wrap it up here, but let's talk a little bit about some next steps. So the point of mining this out was so I can have some basics to work with. So basically we've got 40 tier 1 isotopes. Those will eventually become tier 3, so at 9, the way I usually work out the math on this is 2 times 9 is 18, 2 of that is 36, and then you add the 0 on the end, so that's 360 construction units on top of what I already have. So there's the 54, which makes that 414, and then right now I've got 5 tier 3s. So again, those would eventually become not, well, now I've got 6. Okay, so now the numbers are changing on me, and it's a little bit harder to keep track of them. But you get the idea, right? Like this, given enough time, is going to turn into a pretty significant windfall as far as resources are concerned. And then, of course, I've sort of stopped my insane embargo on the Isotope node. Some other things I'll be doing here, I'll probably build another command center to clear out the or to start clearing out some of these ruins. That'll also help me get the some artifacts, because 26 is fine, but it will that's going to get used up after a while. The reason why I need isotopes are basically to help me with basically just like major expansion. So what I want to do, so I do have a rival corp who's at 7 of 25. I'm at 12, although we actually have quite a bit of value sort of locked up. So if I build 4 fuel silos, I don't even need to double them up. That doesn't just give me the tier 1 points, but it gives me the points for fleet commander for 3 ships. Then I try to retain 88 employees. I do that by upgrading these buildings. So again, I require isotopes for that. It actually gives me the full military line of objectives. As far as the, as far as the residents, that's a little bit harder. 12 council obelisks is not easy. 84 connected buildings is also going to be kind of tough, but that's, given the way I play this game, I see that as being something possible. Power prepper, again, this is going to go hand in hand with doubling up the obelisks. It's in fact one reason why I would consider also activating this ruin, because it's oh, this is a fuel storage, sorry. There was an energy storage somewhere. Yeah, this one. In fact, we can activate that right now. So yeah, you can see that most of the stuff I need to do is tied to upgrading my existing buildings. I can build more, and I eventually will, but my greatest gains at this point are going to be coming from building up rather than out. Let's see here. So we're ready to upgrade the command center. That's going to put my isotope mining on hold for a little bit, but I can live with it. I am probably going to keep this command center here, not even necessarily for access to the ruins or anything like that, but it's just a nice spot for me to be able to put down another shipyard kind of out of the way. The one victory branch that I didn't really talk about was sort of this gray one. So 4 defensive turrets is pretty manageable. They do want me to keep them on all the time, so that makes it a little more complicated, but it's like, this is something that I should be able to achieve. Local leader we've already achieved, so if we do 4 defense turrets, we kind of get this for free. 10 defense turrets is a bit of a tall order just because of the power requirements, so I'm not convinced that this is going to happen. So like, if I were to bet on my path to victory, it'd probably be through the economic and military trees, and then I'm calling them that. I know they have enterprising employer, economic expertise, political powerhouse, and martial mastery. I'm reasonably convinced. There's also some text for this, but I'm going to leave that for another stream. But yeah, I'm thinking my path to victory is probably through... It's a little more likely through these, at the very least, tier 2 here and tier 3 here. Now, the rebels weren't exactly constraining my growth. They were more giving me an opportunity to get up to 500 influence. I should put down an energy pylon, though. We've got some tier 2s I can throw in. I think that makes more sense than doubling it up. Am I missing something here? Oh, right, we're waiting for the command center to come back. There we go. So maybe not the smartest thing in the world to, you know, allow truck exhaust to go beside these residential and office buildings, but we do have an air purifier and the wind is generally favorable. So you'll notice pretty deadly over here, but none of my citizens walk in this area, so that's fine. But like I said, I think that's it. That was a surprisingly productive session of Titan. We are in shooting distance. I don't think we're going to see this thing turn into a win next week, but we should feel pretty confident in our ability to deliver the win, which is good because I have won the game on stream before, but I've definitely taken my sweet time most of the time, and that's resulted in that's usually resulted in a new patch before I kind of see the thing through to the end. So I'm pretty happy that I'm able to spend this time. Oh yes, sorry. We'll now dismantle the mine. I'm also going to get rid of the roads until I need them. There's no penalty for dismantling things. We're one away from that artifact patch. That's really upsetting. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you can already see the progress we're making. In fact, I might... How are we doing on... This might be a bit premature. Yeah, you know what? I'll keep one full line... Yeah, I'll keep one full line going in each of these for now, and then once we start upgrading the conversion centers, we'll consider. Also, oh wow, our first citizen death. I think there's a penalty for that, isn't there? Oh, no, that was another. There's actually one that will give you money for citizens dying. Of course, we're out of power. Actually, we're really killing it as far as the isotopes are concerned. Sorry, I keep saying that I'm wrapping up, but... truck exhaust causes tons of respiratory disease in real life, and we pretty much just put up with it. Yeah, citizens aren't overworked. They just have to watch ads. There's, this will be a story I have to tell another time, but there's actually a fun story as to the origins of the statistical value of a human life. Which is basically the kinds of calculation that you will do to say things like, we're setting laws on pollution, and then we know unless the law is you cannot pollute at all, that somebody with respiratory disease is going to die as a result of the pollution. You can't know who it is. If you know who it is, you usually do whatever you can to stop it, but for an unknown person, there is actually the concept of a statistical value of a human life that you will usually use in policy analysis to try and decide on a course of action. But its origins are actually from the Rand Corporation, and it's funny in its own kind of almost strange Levian kind of way. But yeah, we're looking pretty good as far as the expansions are concerned. Now, this isn't going to get me more employees. We need to upgrade the conversion centers for that. But it will give me well, I kind of already have a strong financial base to upgrade. I don't know. It feels good to have these things improved. But I really mean it this time. I am packing it in. It was the 27th when I started streaming. So, thank you for joining me for Industries of Titan. Miss Ariel, it's always delightful to see you. I hope it was a tolerable lurk. Also, for those of you who just recently showed up, I apologize for not going later. I did actually wind up going an hour and a half longer than I was expecting, which will come at the cost of my sleep, because I need to actually be in the office tomorrow. So, what on earth? I think I just lost a whole lot of tabs. Yeah, Irrepressible, you have no idea how bad my workplace is at the hybrid workplace as well. Okay, we've got a couple people online. Actually, Twitch has taken its sweet time to load the list. Let me first of all see if there's anybody doing Industries of Titan. There's actually a surprising number of you here, so thank you for that. I'm going to be back on Friday. I'm not 100% sure what I'm playing yet. I have some ideas, but probably better not to commit to anything until I'm sure. But yeah, if you're here for Industries of Titan, that will be coming up in a week at the most. And it is worth mentioning that there is a public holiday on Monday, I believe. So I think I'll have the day off. And normally I try to make those days off for me on stream as well, but I keep forgetting to announce them. And I say that I'm going to be streaming next week, and then I don't get the day off, and I get really stressed out about it. But as you can tell, sleep is something that I really need. So I am more likely to take the next Monday off, which means Old World will have to wait a little bit longer than the week. But yeah. But yeah, with that in mind, definitely next week we'll have more Industries of Titan, and if I can't finish it, we'll at least sort of be in striking distance, and probably we'll move on to Phantom Brigade after that. We'll see. Phantom Brigade's a little bit less susceptible to breaks from patches, but now unfortunately it looks like there's nobody doing Industries of Titan. Let me just take a quick second here and see if I can find anything else Brace Yourself related. I'm hoping when it goes to 1.0 that there's a lot more attention on Industries of Titan, because it feels like it deserves a bit more attention than it seems to be getting whenever I'm looking for somebody to host. And of course, if you are a streamer, that's maybe not a bad time for me to mention. If you wrap up around the time, or if you start around the time I wrap up, if you want the host, I'm looking for Titan streams to host. Assuming you're not a complete scumbag. I've had a couple of embarrassing hosts on games that I really like. God, there's a lot of really good people online right now. But tell you what, I'm gonna host Kilgore Trout. It kind of goes against my tendency to want to try and host people who do not have a very large viewership at the moment. But my other option was Intelligame. And Intelligame usually stops streaming around this time. So Kilgore, I know, tends to stream until about 4 o'clock in the morning. And I think he's based in Newfoundland and Labrador. So that's probably more like 5 or 6 in the morning for him. But anyways, he is playing Daggerfall Unity. So Kilgore is a pretty neat streamer in the sense that he is a retro streamer who actually plays on sort of hardware that would be contemporary to the game. Now, obviously, Daggerfall Unity as much as I like to joke in his chat, Bethesda did not in fact make the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall in the Unity engine. But man, there are a lot of people who like telling me it didn't even exist at the time, as if I didn't know. But in any case, he's done Daggerfall a few times. I don't know how often he does Daggerfall Unity, but that's what he's playing. It actually looks really good. I wish I'd known that it existed when I did Daggerfall myself. He also does box and movie hype. Now, he's moving, so he probably won't do that right now, but he also has a bunch of classic game boxes, which he tends to show on his channel. And just generally, if you kind of want somebody who really celebrates gaming of yesteryear, he's a very good broadcaster for that. So I leave you in his capable hands. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see at least some of you on Friday. Take care.